do that, we'll have the singing of O Canada. Who is it? Member for North Island? Oh yes, North Island Powell River. Okay. We'll have the singing of O Canada led by the member for North Island Powell River.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriots love, in all our sons command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, so. J'en ouvre les portes, that the doors be open. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Nipissing Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday, May 7th, the North Bay Sports Hall of Fame honors individuals whose work with sports resulted in a climate which benefited athletes and athletics. The George Martin Award for dedication to basketball as a player, coach, and executive this year will be awarded to Chantal Piché-Rota. While teaching for over 30 years at École Secondaire Algonquin, Chantal dedicated herself to coaching a variety of sports such as badminton, track and field, soccer, and volleyball, most in the same year. But the clear favorite for her and her real passion was basketball. She served as a mentor, a friend, and often mother figure to her players, guiding them through life both on and off the court. Championship wins were great, but the highlight of her career was coaching our daughter Samantha. After 36 years together, I continue to be extremely proud and thankful that she's part of my life. Congratulations. That was a Freudian slip. Thank you. Congratulations, Chantal.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer my congratulations to 3 outstanding recipients in my constituency. First, I'd like to congratulate Miss Gracie Nelson, a 10-year-old resident of the City of Prince Albert, for being announced the city's 34th Annual Terry Fox Awards winner. Gracie, good job. Keep up the good work. We're very proud of you. Secondly, I'd like to congratulate Dale Ebert, who received the Sovereign Medal for Volunteers Award from the Governor-General here in Ottawa. Dale also received the award, the Saskatchewan Volunteer Medal by Saskatchewan Lieutenant Governors in Regina. Again, thank you, Dale, for your great work for our community. Thirdly, I'd like to congratulate the Melfort Mustangs Hockey Club on successfully defending the Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League Championship by defeating the Flin Flon Bombers in 6 games to win their 2nd straight Canalta Cup title in 2 years. As the Mustangs progress through a series of tournaments towards the RBC Cup National Junior A Championships, good luck to all the players and the entire Mustangs coaching and scouting staff on your path to victory. Go Stangs, go!
The member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to highlight a truly remarkable organization from my riding of Scarborough Agincourt. The Serenader Singers have been providing Canadians with the sounds of choral music for over 4 decades. This year marks their 40th anniversary as the community and charity-based group who revel in singing 4-part choral music. This fine group of 65 seniors under the direction of the accomplished Joshua Tamayo continue to share their talents with the community at many annual events throughout the calendar year. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would just like to mention some of the charitable organizations that receive important assistance from the Serenata Group, and they include Sleeping Children Around the World, the Canadian FOP Network, and the Canadian Music Therapy Trust. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss not to mention one very special member of this group. Margaret Taylor is the only original member of Serenata, and this past October celebrated her 100th birthday. I would like to invite all members of this House to join me in congratulating this terrific organization for their tremendous work they do in our community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Too many Canadians and their loved ones are affected by multiple sclerosis. My sister Julia Stewart, who is here today with my mother Kathy Stewart, has MS. Julia's battle with this disease has opened my eyes to how we have to do more to help. We need to commit more to research funding. We also need to ensure our employment insurance program works for those with intermittent health issues. In my sister's case, when Julia found herself unable to perform her regular duties, her employer offered very little support and minimum compensation, even after 10 years of excellent work. Eventually, she had to leave her job. Now, after a career change, the help of excellent physicians, attention to diet and exercise, and support of family and friends, she is back at work as the director of the Fredericton Public Library. Today, in honor of MS Awareness Month, I'm wearing a carnation to show my solidarity with my sister, mother, and the entire MS community. Mr. Speaker, I urge each of us to work to end MS. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra. Not here. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Last night, the home I grew up in, a home that my father built, burnt down in Fort McMurray, Alberta. As many of you may be aware, the forest fires that have forced the evacuation of literally tens of thousands of Canadians from their homes, families that actually no longer have a home. My home area, Beacon Hill, now is in ashes. And I ask everyone today in this House and individuals across Canada to please support the people in Fort McMurray, Alberta during this challenging time. Please text the Red Cross at 30333, text Red Cross, and over the coming days make a donation to support these Canadians. The people of Fort McMurray actually really need our help right now. I'd like to thank the first responders, all those individuals that are volunteering today on the ground, those that have been working day and night to make sure that their fellow Canadians have a place to live. Now more than ever, we need to work hard as Canadians and help these Albertans. God bless those impacted by this enormous tragedy.
Well said. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing today to recognize the 50th anniversary of my alma mater, Simon Fraser University. So from its beginnings as a young university where, with the eminent architect Arthur Erickson having built this an amazing building on the top of Burnaby Mountain, the atmosphere of radicalism and exploration resonated across the country. This was a center of the peace movement, of the environmental movement, and it was a great place to go to university. 50 years later, a mature SFU is a leader in innovation, in research, and in community engagement. And I want to congratulate Simon Fraser University for being awarded the top universities in its comprehensive university status by Maclean's Magazine survey in 2015. So please join me, everyone, in congratulating Simon Fraser University and wishing everyone there a happy 50th birthday.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, Yom HaShoah approaches. It is the day we remember the victims of the Holocaust, the men, women, and children who were executed on fields in the Ukraine, those who were murdered in the gas chambers of Auschwitz and Treblinka, those assigned to slave labor who starved to death in Dachau. More than 6 million Jews and millions of non-Jews perished. My predecessor, Erwin Kotler, often quoted the phrase, "The Holocaust did not begin in the gas chambers, it began with words." And this is true. Words led to incitement, to hatred, which led to pogroms and murder. Nous ne pouvons jamais...
We must never stand silently by when faced with those who would incite to hatred. The Holocaust took place over 70 years ago, and very few survivors are still with us. It is thus our sacred duty to ensure that all Canadians are aware of what took place.
Forget.
Honourable member for... The honourable member for Cape Breton Canso.
Mr. Speaker, like all other members of this House, I continue to watch the events unfold in Fort McMurray. I had the great pleasure to make McMurray my home for almost 10 years, and I've always bristled at the impression that some Canadians have of the fort. seeing as it is little more than a national ATM. Canadians who have had a chance to spend time there know it's an absolutely fabulous community, a community that's welcomed people from across this country and all corners of the world, who have built a progressive, dynamic city with amenities that are envied by cities much larger. A community that has been built with a pioneer spirit by caring, compassionate people, making it a great place to live and a wonderful place to raise a family. I spoke to a number of friends last night who were fleeing the city, and the tension and fear in their voices was obvious and understandable. For decades, the community of Fort McMurray has been there for thousands of Canadians. Whenever this ordeal ends, the people of Fort Mac have to know that this government and indeed this Parliament will stand with them as they rebuild this great community.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say my thoughts and prayers are with the people of Fort McMurray, and I'm sure that my colleagues all feel the same way. I hope we'll give generously to the Red Cross, which is the lead organization to help the recovery. Mr. Speaker, Canada has the highest rate of multiple sclerosis in the world. This unpredictable and often disabling disease of the central nervous system impacts 133 of every 100,000 Canadians. Sadly, this past year, my good friend Ted Marianix died from this disease. So today, in honor of MS Awareness Month, I'm wearing a carnation for Ted, and to show solidarity with the MS community in the fight against MS. I certainly hope that we'll continue to make significant efforts to support research and to help those impacted by MS, but you know, there's still a lot to be done. I'll continue to support efforts to help improve the lives of people living with this disease and to help their families and caregivers. So will everyone today please rise with me to join the fight to end MS in our lifetime?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Calgary-Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as member for Calgary-Skyview, but also as a proud Albertan. I, along with all members, stand in awe at the incredible outpouring of community support in the face of devastating fire in Fort McMurray. The impact on the city has been enormous. We, as the representatives for all Canadians, extend our thoughts, our prayers, our support to communities in this region. I wish also to thank the members of our first responders, each of whom puts themselves at risk on behalf of their neighbors and strangers alike. As well, every volunteer who is stepping forward to offer what they can, be it time, be it energy, or both. With this, Mr. Speaker, I close by asking every Canadian to consider making a donation to aid the Canadian Red Cross in the daunting challenges they will be facing today. Please visit www.redcross.ca to offer your help. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, it's our job as public servants to support citizens of this great country when they're faced with a disease as unpredictable as multiple sclerosis. People like Denis from Trois-Rivières, Quebec, with progressive MS states, I've never received a promotion. Everyone around me is moving up the ladder and I wasn't. My co-workers were asking, what about Denis? I've never even taken more than a week off for my illness. There was a time when I met with my supervisor to discuss the issue and he told me I should be lucky to have a job at all. It was total discrimination. I'm inspired by Denis's story and others like him to advocate for simplified and flexible job and income support systems, which will ensure that those affected by MS will get the help that they need, and increased investments into research that help accelerate the development of effective therapies for progressive MS. As my dear friend Imran says, the one of us who finds the strength must help everyone to stand together. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On July 6, 2013, Lac-Mégantic was devastated by a rail disaster, and today we are still feeling the human, social, and economic effects of that tragedy. But Canadians were there in our time of need. The Red Cross received $14 million, an incredible display of solidarity. 3 years later, the Red Cross is still there, helping with grieving families, with housing, support for workers. The Red Cross helped us to survive, and it will be there as we rebuild. And that is why today, on behalf of everyone in Lac-Mégantic, I ask Canadians to show solidarity again, this time for the people of Fort McMurray. The disaster is happening now, and it is terrible. They will need our help for several years. A donation to the Red Cross is a donation to support the people of Fort McMurray. The people of Lac-Mégantic are thankful for the help they received. Now it's our turn to act. And we ask you to show your generosity once again for those in Alberta who are losing everything. Please, give now to the Red Cross.
Red Cross today.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, tonight at sundown marks the beginning of Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day marked by Jews around the world. In York Centre, which has one of the largest populations of Holocaust survivors in Canada, remembrance ceremonies will be held in schools, synagogues, and community centres. Every year, we must continue to remember and reflect on one of history's darkest period, the systematic, state-sponsored murder of 6 million Jews during the Second World War. Each and every one of us must consider the unfathomable suffering of loss of life, the deep-seated hatred from which it took root, and the incredible strength, courage, and resilience of those who survived. Mr. Speaker, our remembrance is an act of rejection of the evil that fueled an attempt to extinguish an entire people, an evil we all bear a collective responsibility to ensure is never forgotten. Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several weeks ago, I had the pleasure of meeting women who represented the BC building trades. They spoke to me of a program called Building Together Her, a national program that promotes, supports, and mentors women in construction trades. Women represent 4% of the workforce in these industries. It was very clear that both the industry and the women see this as an opportunity. Building Together is focused on growing that percentage. These women expose other women to the trades as a career choice, knowing that support beyond recruitment is key. Women who are thriving in the industry mentor women who are new. It is true, with only 4% women, there are many challenges in education for everyone. I want to thank these women for taking on this challenge. I admire their work and dedication to building a Canada that we can all be proud of.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Mr. Speaker, tragedy has struck Fort McMurray over the past number of hours. Homes and businesses have been lost to fire. The scale of the loss is unprecedented and unimaginable. Thousands of Albertans have stepped up, putting themselves into harm's way to respond to this crisis. To those who are battling the flames, we are praying for your safety. To those who have stepped up to accommodate displaced people, we thank you for your generosity. And to those of you who have lost your home, people across Alberta and across our country want you to know that we will be there to help you rebuild. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are generous and Canadians want to help out. Those that want to make a donation should give it to the Red Cross. Donations can be made by calling 1-800-418-1111 or going to redcross.ca. Our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Fort Mac. We will be there to support you until the rebuilding is complete.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart as a proud Albertan, as 80,000 residents of Fort McMurray have left their homes and communities to seek shelter in other municipalities. The devastating fires that continue to rage in Wood Buffalo are destroying more homes and livelihoods of our fellow Canadians. I have been in personal contact with friends and colleagues in Fort McMurray, and their focus is on getting to safety and meeting their basic needs. The hearts and thoughts of all members in this House go out to the families and residents of Fort McMurray. Je tiens sincèrement à remercier.
I would sincerely like to thank the first responders, the RCMP, the City of Edmonton, the Municipality of Wood Buffalo, the Province of Alberta, the Red Cross, and everyone who are already helping the people of the region affected by the flames. Today, I'm asking all Canadians to show their generosity. I'm asking them to support the victims of this natural disaster.
Canadians are in need. Canadians, step up. People of Fort McMurray, know that our government and the people in this House are with you now and beyond.
I think we're all thinking about people affected by the fires in Fort McMurray, including our own former colleague, Brian Jean. Oral questions, questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we were all horrified last night to learn of the increasingly desperate situation in Fort McMurray. Our thoughts are with the residents and the surrounding communities, and of course with the firefighters that are working so hard to put out these wildfires. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister please update all of us about what the Government of Canada's response will be to these wildfires?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, not just for her leadership in the House, but for her leadership as a colleague from Alberta, and all of her colleagues in the House who are responding to the devastation facing people in Alberta, and know that we stand with you all. I spoke with Premier Notley last night and assured her that we will provide assistance. We're responding to Alberta's request for the provision of air assets in support of evacuations, firefighting, and delivery of essential aid. The Government Operations Centre is in touch with Alberta on an hourly basis. As the situation develops, we continue to identify federal assets that can be deployed in support of the response efforts. The Canadian Forces are deploying search and rescue helicopters, and a Hercules aircraft is now pre-positioned in Cold Lake with other aircraft on standby in Edmonton and Trenton. And of course, for all Canadians who want to do something to help out our friends, brothers and sisters in Alberta, please donate to the Red Cross, where the assistance will be valuable and appreciated. Yes,
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Iranian regime is widely considered to be the world's preeminent state sponsor of terrorism. This is why it is shocking that the Liberals are warming up relations with the government of Iran, who tortured and murdered Canadian photojournalist Zara Kazemi. Iranian-sponsored terrorist groups have murdered Canadian citizens, and the government of Iran has allowed multiple assaults on foreign embassies. How can the Prime Minister justify normalizing relations with Iran to the victims of Iranian-sponsored terrorism?
Honourable Prime Minister.
It is important that Canada keep its eyes wide open as we cautiously re-engage with Iran alongside our allies. The fact is, the P5+1 deal showed significant movement in removing the nuclear ambitions from Iran's capabilities, while at the same time we recognize that there continue to be state sponsorship of terrorism, continue to be violation of human rights and oppression of peoples within Iran, and linked to Iranian terrorism. The fact is, we need to continue to engage constructively in ensuring that Iran and Iranian people do better in the world while holding them to account.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Minister doesn't seem to understand that borrowed money actually has to be paid back. I guess he doesn't want to get hung up about it like his finance minister. But this is no comfort to Canadian families who see their financial futures at risk by the Liberals' massive spending schemes. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister today come clean with Canadians and explain how he plans to pay back this billions of dollars? What other taxes is he going to raise?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the last election, Canadians were presented with a choice. We proposed to invest in the Canadian economy, invest in their communities, put more money in the pockets of the middle class and those working hard to join the middle class by lowering taxes for the middle class, raising taxes on the wealthiest 1%, by bringing in a Canada Child benefit that was going to benefit 9 out of 10 Canadian families. The fact is, Canadians chose an option that would invest in our future as opposed to make cuts to balance the budget at all costs, and that's what we are doing. Investing in the future of Canada, investing in growth to help the middle class.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Okay, Mr. Speaker. It took only 1 month for the Liberals to squander the $7.5 billion Conservative surplus. Even worse, they spent an extra $5 billion to achieve a deficit of $13 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is disrespectful of Canadians. Can the Prime Minister tell us when he's going to return to a balanced budget? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government, the previous government, had many opportunities to invest in the middle class, to help Canadians with a growth rate that was bigger, but they didn't manage to do so. They did not create this economic growth that Canadians need so badly. So, and that is why, during the election campaign, when we proposed to invest in Canadians' futures, to put more money in the pockets of the middle class rather than giving money to wealthy people as they did, Canadians chose a better way of doing things than what the Conservatives proposed. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the average family would have $7,000 more in their pockets. It was never as low as it was under us. We'll see what happens. But now it's worrisome. We're borrowing money we don't have. We're investing in infrastructure but making a deficit. And there hasn't been money spent yet on infrastructure. It's extremely worrisome. We see people who have lost control of the spending. When will we get back to a balanced budget? When? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The worst thing for this government, or rather the thing this government always said was that we would invest in our families and invest in concrete things like public transit and green spaces and affordable housing, because we know that's the kind of investment that will allow Canadians to get to work and to get better jobs. These are the kinds of investments that Canadians expect from this government, and that's exactly what we are delivering. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are heartbroken by the suffering and devastation caused by the wildfires, and our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Fort McMurray. They need urgent help, and the NDP fully supports all federal emergency response and encourages Canadians to give to the Red Cross. Going forward, will the Prime Minister work with provinces to bring back the funding for the Joint Emergency Preparedness Program and strengthen the disaster financial assistance agreements?
Prime Minister.
Thank the member for his question. We're responding to Alberta's request for the provision of air assets in support of evacuations, firefighter, and delivery of essential aid in the short term. The Government Operations Centre, including the Department of National Defence, is in touch on an hourly basis. All Canadians can rest assured that we are supporting Alberta in this difficult time. The Minister of Public Safety is already reviewing long-term emergency preparedness and federal support programs, and know that this experience will further inform how we move forward in the future. In the meantime, I encourage all Canadians to make donations to the Red Cross that are helping out so many of our fellow Albertans.
Member for Outremont.
Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said that he was concerned about favoritism within the Canada Revenue Agency. Millions of Canadians have just filed their taxes and paid their fair share. If they make a mistake, they're going to be hit with audits and penalties. But when at least 15 multimillionaires were caught stashing money in a KPMG offshore tax scam, they were let off with no penalty. Is this KPMG sweetheart deal the type of favoritism the Prime Minister was talking about? And if so, why is he continuing to protect KPMG?
Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect that this government pursue tax fairness and make sure that everyone pays their own taxes, and that's exactly what we are doing. Indeed, it was a Liberal MP who moved the motion to launch a study on tax avoidance and KPMG, and who proposed that the minister and KPMG officials appear to testify. This is part of what we're doing to make sure that everyone pays their fair share, and that is exactly what we will continue to be doing.
The honourable member for Outremont. Well, Mr. Speaker, because, there's no explanation as to why multimillionaires working in collusion with KPMG can hide money in a tax haven without any consequence. The Prime Minister says he wants to fight against tax evasion, but he needs now to walk the talk. The NDP tabled a motion at the Finance Committee to get the names of the people involved in this scandal. For 6 months, we've been hearing from them about how open and transparent they are. Well, now they have an opportunity to prove that. Will the Liberals support our motion to give these names or not? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, we can see that this is a case before the courts, and we are looking, indeed, to see how we can ensure that all Canadians and all institutions pay their share of taxes. But I emphasize that it's a Liberal member who moved the motion that a study be done of tax evasion and KPMG, and we are taking our responsibilities seriously to ensure that everyone pays their fair share the right way. It's not before the courts. That's the problem. If it was before the courts, we'd have the names. It really doesn't show that the Liberals managed to get 40 MPs elected in Quebec. Dairy producers are losing millions because of their lack of action. The aerospace sector lost 2,600 jobs, and they remain silent. On Bombardier, radio silence. Lac Mégantic, worse still. 6 months later, nothing has changed. When will the Prime Minister, who says he is Quebec's general, stand up and defend Quebecers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm extremely proud as a Quebecer that 6 months ago, Quebecers chose to be part of a federal government for the first time in a long time. We now have the majority of Quebec members of Parliament. We want we have a strong representation of Quebecers everywhere in our government, at the cabinet, and they're delivering the goods for Quebec. Their thoughts for Quebec are also pan-Canadian thoughts. We're very proud of what we are building.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister said that Conservatives are stuck in this whole balanced budget thing. But during the campaign, they promised, after running several small little deficits, that they would return to a balanced budget at the end of their term. Well, so much for the small deficits, one promise completely written off. But now we wait for that second promise of a balanced budget. Does the Finance Minister have any intention of honouring any of the promises that he made to Canadians, or is that just another thing?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's particularly ironic that the member from the other side, who was part of a government that added billions and billions and billions of dollars of debt with no results other than the lowest growth rate in decades and a couple of gazebos, is talking about debt. On the other hand, our intent is to make investments in Canadian families. We started with the Canada Child Benefit, which is helping Canadian families. We're going to be investing in infrastructure that will make our economy more productive over the long run so that, yes, we can get to balanced budgets.
For Milton.
That member seemed to love what we were doing when he was the president of CD Howe, didn't he?
Yeah, good point.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal budget says the government remains committed to returning to balanced budgets, but on the next page of the budget, it actually says that the balanced budget legislation enacted under the previous government is inconsistent with the government's plan. Now, I know they try it all the time, but Liberals cannot have it both ways. So, is the finance minister willing to admit their commitment to balanced budgets is just another broken Liberal promise?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our commitment is to making life better for Canadians. I know that the members opposite have an opinion on our budget, but I've had the very good fortune to travel across this country and listen to the opinion of Canadians. I was in Sydney, Nova Scotia, where families told me that they appreciated the Canada Child Benefit. I was in Toronto, where people in downtown Toronto told me that affordable housing is what they need, and that is what we're putting in our budget. I was in Vancouver, where clean technology entrepreneurs told us the investments we're making are going to help the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, we are going to make the economy better for Canadians.
Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister's credibility took another big hit this week when he admitted that he doesn't care about this whole balanced budget thing. Let's flash back to what he said on his very first day in this House, and I quote, "We intend on getting to a balanced budget during the term of our mandate." 5 months later, he's laughing it off. Why doesn't he understand that Canadians deserve a finance minister that takes the job of managing their money seriously? Come on.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, Canadians need a Minister of Finance who's prepared to make investments in our economy. That's very important. When I was in Quebec, for example, I heard that for rural Quebec, it's important to make investments in high-speed internet. That's one of our measures. In Quebec City, I heard from Mayor Lebaume that investments in infrastructure are very important for that city. And that's another measure that we have put together. And we're going to continue with our problem of investing in the future of our country.
Mr. Speaker, just this week, Stacks Canada has shown what Conservatives have known all along. Small businesses are the middle class.
Yes, we are.
Unfortunately, the Liberals do not seem to understand. Instead, they abandoned our small business owners when they broke their promise to lower the small business tax rate to 9%. This broken promise will cost our middle class $2.2 billion. Why do Liberals continue to abandon our hardworking small business owners?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Small Business and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in this House as a small business owner and operator in Newfoundland and Labrador for over 25 years. And I'm proud to stand with a government that understands that the small business owners need and want a robust economy to exceed. We also know that the small business tax rate is there to help companies grow. But we also know that there's a loophole, as I mentioned yesterday, and that's costing taxpayers an estimated $500 million a year. We're going to fix that problem, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to being part of the team that will fix that.
Louis Saint Laurent.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before becoming Minister of Finance, he was a business person who gave good advice. So when he was in that former position, if someone stood up and said to him, I earn $100,000 a year, but I spend $110,000, would the financial advisor have said to him, keep it up? Or would he have said, live within your means? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, as we have said many times on this side of the House, now is the time to make investments. What I will say is that we have a good record and the interest rate's been low for a long time, so now is the time to make investments in the future of our country. That's exactly what we've done. We've decided to make investments in the future of Canadian families so they'll have a better situation for their future. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, no one here is against investments, but they have to be made according to our means. So making investments with a deficit is a bad idea. Earlier, he was talking about Mayor Lebaume, who we met with. Does the minister know that the city of Quebec is not allowed to run a deficit? So could he inspire himself with the city and stop running a deficit? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is making investments with no results. That's exactly what they did on the other side over the last decade. They made investments with no results whatsoever. Our program, on the contrary, is to make investments in the future, investments in families, like our investment in the allowance, like our investment in infrastructure for the future of our country. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Vagotte. Mr. Speaker, we are marking Mental Health Week this week. It's a reality that affects 1 Canadian out of 5. During the election campaign, the Liberals promised that they would increase the delivery of top-quality mental health service for Canadians who need it, such as veterans and first responders. And yet, in the budget, there was not one red cent. During this Mental Health Week, what is the government waiting for to keep its promise? The Honourable Minister of Health.
I thank the honourable member opposite for drawing attention to the fact that this is Mental Health Awareness Week. It's an important week for us to be talking about mental health. While she said it affects 1 Canadian in 5, I would argue that every Canadian is in one way or another either directly or indirectly affected by mental illness. Our government is fundamentally determined to make sure that we increase access to mental health care in this country. I am absolutely determined to work with my colleagues in the provinces and territories to make sure that mental wellness is a top priority and that we serve Canadians as they deserve.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, Mental Health Week, which reminds us that there was no new money in the budget for Indigenous mental health, and that last week this government was castigated by the Human Rights Tribunal for their failure to act on Jordan's Principle. And in Attawapiskat, the suicide crisis continues, with young people being medevaced out. Now, this community has been asking for a long-term child mental health worker. Some of these children traumatized are as young as 6 years old, so I'm asking this minister, what is her commitment to get long-term mental health services on the ground for that community and for those children?
Well done. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question and for his relentless advocacy on behalf of communities like Attawapiskat that are in his riding. I find that the news out of a community like Attawapiskat is devastating. It's almost incomprehensible that children at such a young age could find that life has no hope left for them. I am working, the Health Canada is working along with the Government of Ontario, along with the Anishinaabe-Aski Nation and the Winnebago Area Health Authority to find long-term funding solutions to increase capacity in those communities.
The Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. America is well known as the land of the free, not the land of free personal travel for Canadian ministers. $20,000 for an unplanned last-minute sleepover. That's a lot of orange juice, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, the House Leader stood in his place and tried to justify this excess by claiming, and I quote, "The minister signed important agreements during her visit to California." If that's even remotely true, Mr. Speaker, will the Trade Minister do her job and table those agreements?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, that question is a bit rich coming from the member of opposite. He is a prime example of the damage the Conservatives did to our relationship with the United States. For years, under his watch as Agriculture Minister, our beef and pork farmers suffered from punitive, unfair U.S. country of origin labeling. He did nothing about it. We did in our first 8 weeks in office. I will continue to work with and in the United States to support trade, jobs, and Canada's middle class.
Okay, good. Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Well, that's rich coming from a member who spent more time in LAX than she spent in meetings, Mr. Speaker. One agreement that isn't fake is the Trans-Pacific Partnership. If the Trade Minister won't table these supposed California agreements that she didn't sign, will she do her job and bring forward the TPP agreement that she did sign?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, after a decade of Conservative damage, I am proud to promote Canada to the world. Even the Conservatives saw value in promoting our ties to our largest trading partner. In fact, they spent $50,000 to hire one of Bush's top aides to arrange TV interviews in the United States. They defended that, saying, and I quote, "Canada has a very good story to tell, and it won't tell itself," end quote. We couldn't agree more, but we don't need to pay Republican consultants. We get invited on our own merits.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Trade Minister tried to explain her vanity trip to LA. To be clear, it was the minister who created this controversy. She scheduled herself on an HBO television show. She booked first-class flights to LA from Manila when she had a free ride home on the government jet. Unbelievable. Then she had Time Warner book her 5-star accommodations for her. She left her department in the dark until the last minute and then stuck the taxpayers with the bill under the guise this was a business trip, yet not one business or trade partner from Canada attended with her. Shocking. It's time for the minister to stand in her place and give Canadians an honest answer. When will the minister finally admit this was a personal trip for herself?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Let me remind the Conservative member of his own hypocrisy. Here's a news story. The Conservative government has hired 2 former White House communications strategists as part of a sustained effort to raise Canada's profile in...
Order. Order. Members will remember, as actually I heard today about the former Speaker of the Senate, Pierre-Claude Moulin, who we're thinking of today, is he used to say, you can't really have a debate if you don't listen to the other side. So let's listen to each side. Okay? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
I continue to quote, that was, quote, to help Harper land interviews with leading American...
I think, remind the Minister, we don't mention the names of members of this House. We're going to go on to the member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if she's referring to Mitch Stewart from the Obama campaign or David Axelrod from the Obama campaign. Oh, no, that was the Liberals that hired those strategists. But, Mr. Speaker, the Trade Minister's trip to LA is yet another example of the Liberals being entitled to their entitlements. Officials were confused and uncomfortable with her trip. In one instance, her deputy minister requested that the minister tweet from her own account, not the department account. In another example, officials stated in an email to remove the reference in the program to the show. They didn't want people to know about it in advance. So why is she using government officials to cover up her personal vanity trip?
What's she hiding? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Here's what this is really about. The Conservatives don't oppose speaking to the U.S. media, even though they aren't very good at it. What they oppose is the positive message I delivered on television about Syrian refugees and to the LA Times about reducing income inequality. The LA Times called our new government's approach thoughtful, measured, and one the Americans should emulate. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative failure to show leadership on these issues is why Canadians rejected their government last fall.
The Honourable Member for Rimmer, Rimouski,
Mr. Speaker, the BIA is close to 180 pages long and amends 35 acts. It makes controversial changes to EI and provides for more disclosure of personal information to the CRA. It also makes major changes to our banking system. And in addition, it retroactively repeals a law which is illegal. Liberals had promised to do things differently. They promised to be accountable and transparent by splitting these omnibus bills to ensure sufficient scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, why are they acting like the Conservatives now? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, our Budget Implementation Act is not an omnibus bill. Each measure in our bill is something that has actually appeared in the budget. We are being clear with Canadians. We want to be open and transparent and clear, and that is exactly what we did with the 2016 budget.
After criticizing time allocation and omnibus budget bills while in opposition, Liberals are shutting down debate and tabling, you guessed it, an omnibus budget bill. They took their just-introduced bill on veterans' benefits and hid it in an omnibus bill. In 6 months, Liberals went from ambitious change to just trying to change the channel, acting like Conservatives. Why are they hiding changes to veterans' benefits in an omnibus bill? Why are they avoiding proper consultations with our veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2016 was a historic day for our veterans, where we invested in earning loss benefits, the community impact allowance, and allowing for more access and more supports for our veterans by reopening the 9 offices that were closed under the previous administration, and by rehiring more staff to give them more support where and when they need it. It is included in the budget because it has financial measures that will make our veterans and their families' lives better.
The member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a proud Albertan, I'm heartbroken by devastating impact of Fort Mac wildfire. This tragedy is leaving no Canadian unmoved. In spite of the tireless efforts of first responders and the support of neighboring communities, reports indicate that danger caused by the wildfire continues to increase. Can the Minister of Public Safety update the House on the government's reaction to this tragedy? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as we heard in this House earlier today, all Canadians are standing firm with the residents of Fort McMurray at this very difficult time. Alberta has requested federal assistance, including air assets, to support evacuations, firefighting, and the delivery of essential aid. The Government of Canada is indeed providing this help and more. As first responders, our CMP members are fully involved in search and evacuation and safety efforts, and there's much more to the federal effort than only this. In both the immediate and the long term, the people of Fort McMurray can be assured of the federal government's full and unequivocal support.
Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, according to the rules of the Treasury Board, each minister must publish all travel expenses on a quarterly basis within 30 days following the last day of the quarter. And yet certain ministers continue to ignore the law and for over a month now. This is the case of the Minister of Justice, who has not disclosed her spending for several trips, including to Winnipeg, Regina, Saskatoon, Toronto, and Washington. Mr. Speaker, when will she do so, and why do the Liberals believe that they are above the law? The Honourable Minister, President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, our government is completely open and transparent. We make our expenses public, and we will continue to do so. It is very important to recognize the transparency of our government, and we will continue to be completely open.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, although it was a month late, I was pleased to see the Minister of Finance finally reported his expenses to Canadians. But unfortunately, the Minister of Finance is not the only minister hiding things from Canadians. It appears some ministers need time to manipulate their expenses to separate ministerial duties from MP duties from Liberal fundraising. Mr. Speaker, when will the Minister of Justice stop breaking the law and stop hiding her expenses?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals have led on openness and transparency. In fact, it was Paul Martin's Liberal government that was the first to actually post ministerial expenses publicly, and it was our Prime Minister who, when leader of the Liberal Party in opposition, ensured that the Liberal Party, the Liberal caucus, was the first caucus to publicly post our expenses. We led the way then in terms of openness and transparency and proactive disclosure, and we will continue to.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it appears that our boxing Prime Minister is playing rope-a-dope with Canadians. He recently sent out a fundraising letter praising his new Canada-wide climate change plan. But Canadians are asking, what plan is that? The one that was promised in Paris within 90 days, but which he failed to deliver in Vancouver? If there is a climate change plan that only Liberal insiders know about, will the Prime Minister now table it so all Canadians can see how painful it will be and who will pay the cost?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of our government's climate change plan. We not only went to Paris and helped negotiate a very ambitious climate agreement, we had the greenest budget ever. We negotiated an agreement with the U.S. on climate and clean growth. And now we're engaged with the provinces and territories in developing a climate change plan that will make a real difference for all Canadians, especially the next generation.
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, still misleading Canadians. On the one hand, the Liberal Party's fundraising material claims that the government does have a national climate change plan in place. On the other hand, when asked to show Canadians that long-promised plan, the Prime Minister has steadfastly refused to do so. Will he acknowledge that the Liberals have no plan?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very excited to see that the member opposite is so concerned with the climate change plan. It's unfortunate for 10 years the party opposite did nothing. We are very committed to taking action on climate change. We negotiated an ambitious agreement in Paris. We have made a climate agreement with the United States. Now we are working with the provinces and territories so we take real action to tackle climate change because the other party didn't.
Honourable Member for Churchill to Newcastle.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians already pay some of the highest wireless prices in the world. Greater competition in Manitoba means that we've paid lower prices than other parts of the country. But the proposed takeover of MTS by Bell could erase this advantage, lead to job losses, and sharply increase the prices that we pay. Will the Liberals commit to a public study of this potential takeover, or will they rubber stamp this deal and stand with well-connected business interests instead of standing up for Manitoba jobs and Manitoba consumers?
Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, our #1 concern is to ensure competition for Manitobans and continued investment in rural service. While the government does not comment on individual companies' plans, such transactions would be subject to all relevant regulatory approvals. We'll be looking carefully to make sure the concerns of Manitobans are addressed. The government supports competition, choice, availability of service. We want to make sure we have a climate that's good not only for businesses, but for consumers as well, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Standing up for competition means some action from this minister, not words anymore. The fact of the matter is the big three telecom companies have 90% of the market in Canada alone. Canadians now left paying some of the highest wireless prices anywhere in the world. This proposed takeover would be greater concentration and less competition, as opposed to what the minister says. Will the industry minister promise he won't rubber stamp a takeover deal without specific protections for jobs and consumers? Will Canadian consumers be supported by a minister who will actually take specific action and timelines to protect them and their services?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I like the enthusiasm and the passion from the member opposite. He knows full well that this is a very important file for the government. Telecommunications sector is an absolute essential platform for our innovation agenda and for the digital economy. And that is why this government's been very clear on supporting competition and supporting choice and availability of service, Mr. Speaker. With regards to choice for consumers and for the wireless sector, we're going to work hard with the sector to make sure we bring about more spectrum, to make that available, to make sure that we have an environment where prices are lower and there's more competition and choice for the consumer.
Well, member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are numerous victims of terror currently attempting to collect damages in Canadian courts for brutal actions carried out by the regime in Tehran. Yet the Liberals' insistence on buddying up to Iran will have a negative impact on these significant proceedings. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs commit today that the government will do nothing to jeopardize these cases and any new ones that will come forward?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, will certainly not infringe in the digital process, but I want to repeat what I have said already about that. Canada is better off when we engage with the world. It has been a mistake for the former government to withdraw from countries because we dislike the regimes. It was a mistake to withdraw from the United Nations. Canada is back in the world with open eyes in order to make progress about our national interests and the universal values in which we believe, like human rights. And it is important for Canada to be in Iran for that.
Now, the member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Monsieur le Président, depuis de nouveaux revenus sont...
Mr. Speaker, Ayatollah Khomeini has called the Iran regime and Hezbollah a source of honor and pride for the world of Islam. The minister did not make any public statement denouncing this quote. Now, will Canada be careful of this regime? On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we are going to speak frankly to governments with whom we disagree, but we don't want the empty chair policy. If we want to make progress, we have to engage with the world. We don't have a very beautiful world. We're trying to improve it, and we can count on Canada for that.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have quietly delisted two-thirds of the individuals and entities prohibited by Canada under Iran sanctions. When they did add 6 individuals directly linked to ballistic missile testing, they kept those names secret from Canadians. We had to learn those names from the American public listing. Now, the Minister can also issue sanctions exemption permits to allow Canadian individuals or companies to seek commercial opportunities. Can the Minister tell us today just how many Iran exemption permits he has signed and for whom?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Our approach regarding sanctions, Mr. Speaker, is to be effective. In order to be effective, you work with your allies. If Canada is alone to have sanctions about Iran, it will be barely noticed in Iran, and it will affect negatively Canada and the Canadians and companies and families and Iranian Canadians and so on and so on. We need to be effective. Effective sanctions must go through in order to make progress. Ineffective sanctions have no reason, aucune raison d'être.
No reason to be.
Mr. Speaker, funding for the youth employment strategy was cut by more than $60 million under the previous government, with $30 million of that funding going unspent in the 2014 fiscal year. I recently met with students facing significant personal barriers to employment who were taking part in training funded through SkillsLink, a stream of the youth employment strategy that assists young Canadians facing such barriers. Can the Minister for Employment provide the House with a timeline on increased funding for this important program?
The Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Egmont. The previous government actually froze the youth employment strategy funding from 2009 at the $340 million level. In Budget 2016, we are increasing the investment to youth by $278 million. This includes more funding to help youth through SkillsLink programs, to create green jobs, to make a difference, to provide young people the experience. In April, I announced
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Fort McMurray is devastated by the wildfires still raging today. Up to 80,000 people have been evacuated. Entire neighborhoods have been destroyed. People have lost their homes, their businesses, and everything they own. Like Alberta always does, communities and businesses have come together to help family, friends, and complete strangers. I want to acknowledge the government's full and timely response so far. Can the Minister of Public Safety please update us on the assistance efforts?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the items I mentioned earlier, Air Force assets are obviously being positioned in the area to be helpful as required. Satellite and geomatic intelligence is being provided on the progress of the fire. The Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre is assembling assets and personnel to assist Alberta personnel in the actual fighting of the fire with Type 1 and Type 2 professional firefighters. Health Canada is involved in stockpiling living supplies. The Red Cross is fully engaged in dealing with issues like clothing and food and water. And the Innovation Department is making sure that communication systems are working in Northern Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the government has perhaps changed, but in terms of official languages, it's the same old story. According to a report from the Official Languages Commissioner, it's still difficult to receive services in French from the RCMP officers on the Hill. And yet the Act is clear, and it's also a question of safety. Francophones must be able to make themselves understood in an emergency. What is the Minister of Official Languages waiting for to demand that all federal institutions, including the RCMP, obey the law?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Our government pledges to implement all the mandate of official languages across our government in all the departments, and we're working closely with them to make sure that official bilingualism is respected. We do it with the RCMP, and we do it with all departments. Mr. Speaker, people who live in housing co-ops across the country are seeing an end to their grants. It is often a few $100s per month that allow these people to have a roof over their heads. In my riding of Pierre Fondalard, there is the Cloverdale Housing Co-op, which is the largest co-op in Canada. Unfortunately, in the fall, their grant was not renewed. So what is the government doing to fix this difficult situation? The Honourable Minister of Social Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank and commend my colleague for his important question. I'd also like to commend him on his interest in the subject. Budget 2016 announced record investments of $2.3 billion in housing, the largest investment for 25 years. It will be used for important projects like Cloverdale and other important projects in Quebec and Canada. It is to help serve our communities and ensure affordable housing in our society. The Honourable Member for Beauport and Wallou. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs set up 6 advisory groups, which apparently have the mandate to advise the Minister on different urgent issues that affect our veterans. And yet, our veterans feel that the mandate and makeup of these groups is unclear. On April 22nd, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister remained silent when I put a question to her on this topic. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister share with the members of this House a few highlights of these advisory groups so that we can get some information? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Speaker, I thank the member for his question. We have set up 6 advisory groups to advise us on policy ranging from financial security to service delivery to commemoration and the like. We've consulted widely with our partners in the various groups from the Legion through other members abroad, and we will be going forward on these policy meetings to advise us of good policy for the long run for veterans and their families. I can get the member more information as it proceeds along.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Bar Association tabled a brief before the Justice Committee stating that Bill C-14 on medical assistance in dying does not comply with the Supreme Court's decision in the Carter case. And in fact, I recognize some members of the Quebec Bar Association on the government side, and I'm sure that they'll be able to confirm to the Minister the credibility of the representatives of the Quebec Bar Association. Mr. Speaker, the government has 40 elected officials from Quebec, including 9 members of the Quebec Bar Association. Will it amend Bill C-14 in order to fill the gaps pointed out by the Quebec Bar Association? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Justice Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is true that we heard testimony from the representatives of the Quebec Bar Association, but we are absolutely persuaded that the bill complies with the Charter, and we tabled a document here in the House that explains in detail the measures that we took to ensure that it is Charter compliant.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. Appel au règlement, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Well, member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, an error was committed today. Mr. Speaker, in a response, the Prime Minister said that in the last election, Quebecers voted to have people in the government finally. Well, I was elected in September 2007, a proud representative of Lac-Saint-Jean and a proud member of the government. I don't believe that was a point of order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister on the same point of order. I simply wanted to note that for the first time in a very long time, a majority of the members from Quebec are in the government. And now, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel on a point of order. I hope that this time it's a real point of order.
It always is, Mr. Speaker. I've got a thing here that the Finance Minister may enjoy reading. It's the Fiscal Monitor from February, which proves that any deficit that Canada enters into will be as a result of Liberal choices of spending. Wondering if I can get unanimous consent to table it.
Does the honourable member have the consent of the House to table the document? It would appear not. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to Petition 1. And, Mr. Speaker, while I am on my feet, I would at this point in time move, seconded by the member from Whitby, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mrs. Cesar Chavins, move that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Yay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. Cesar Chavin, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Hare. Mr. Hare. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McCallum. Mrs. Philpott. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Dion. Monsieur Dion. Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Leblanc. Ms. Foote. Ms. Foote. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Mahaichuk. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Madame Le Boutier. Madame Le Boutier. Madame Bibeau. Madame Bibeau. Ms. McKenna. Ms. McKenna. Mr. Baines. Mr. Baines. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Monsieur Paradis. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter. Ms. Scroll. Ms. Scroll. Mr. Nault. Mr. Nault. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Picard. Mr. Picard. Mr. Poisson. Mr. Poisson. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Duclos. Mr. Duclos. Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Tutu. Mr. Tutu. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Mr. Virani. Mr. Virani. Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Monsieur Fergus. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Ms. Alislev. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratanzi. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Rota. Mr. Rota. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Daliwal. Mr. Daliwal. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Lemedi. Mr. Lemedi. Ms. Kira. Ms. Kira. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Ms. Young. Ms. Young. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Monsieur Shifke. Monsieur Shifke. Mrs. Cesar Chavannes. Mrs. Cesar Chavannes. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Dubourg. Monsieur Dubourg. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Mr. Cosner. Mr. Cosner. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Monsieur Cormier. Monsieur Cormier. Mr. Pesky-Solido. Mr. Pesky-Solido. Mr. Alday. Mr. Alday. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos. Mr. Hernandez Sangari. Mr. Hernandez Sangari. Monsieur Arsenault. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Area. Mr. Area. Monsieur Ayoub. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Baylis. Mr. Baylis. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Basio. Mr. Basio. Mr. Bettina. Mr. Bettina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Ms. Dabruson. Ms. Dabruson. Ms. Damoff. Ms. Damoff. Mr. De Courcy. Mr. De Courcy. Monsieur Diorio. Monsieur Diorio. Mr. Drouin. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Jarowitz. Ms. Jarowitz. Mr. Essassi. Monsieur Ms. Petit-Pas-Taylor. Ms. Petit-Pas-Taylor. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailfson. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Monsieur Graham. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Hussain. Monsieur Iacono. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Kong. Miss Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Lightbound. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Maloney. Monsieur Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Mendocino. Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs. Mr. Morrissey. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver. Mr. O'Regan. Monsieur Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rosnack. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sangha. Mrs. Schultz. And back to Mr. Sarai.
And Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South. Mr. Seacon. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Tan. Miss Tassi. Monsieur Vandal. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
All those who oppose the motion, please rise.
Mr. Nicholson. Mrs. Block. Ms. Leach. Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. Mr. O'Toole. Ms. Raitt. Monsieur Lebel. Ms. Watts. Mr. Kenny. Mr. Clement. Ms. Rampel. Ms. Bergen. Monsieur Bernier. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Clark. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Bazan. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mr. Reed. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Brown. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Abultaif. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Fast. Mr. Deltel. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Carey. Mr. Chong. Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Sweet. Madame Boucher. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Calkins. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hobach. Mr. Kent. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColeman. Mr. Richards. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Albus. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Falk. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Eglinski. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Diot. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Godin. Ms. Harder. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Vierson. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Monsieur Mulcair. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Julian. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Matheson. Monsieur Dubé. Madame Laverdière. Madame Brosseau. Monsieur Boulris. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Rankin. Madame Moore. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Duval. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Caron. Madame Quash. Madame Sans Souci. Monsieur Choquette. Madame Trudel. Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 168, 168. Nays contre 135, 135.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Natural Resources, that in relation to Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before this House shall be interrupted if required for the purposes of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves that in relation to Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at the second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to preemptively address what I anticipate might be coming from the government side about the use of this particular procedural tactic, and hope that we can get down to the actual substance of the bill that now is being the debate on which is now being shut down, and whatever merit there may be for a government at some point or another to try to allocate time. This particular bill is of such an important nature. It's such a monumental shift for Canadian society. There were many members who wanted to speak to this bill. We had tried to find ways that we could accommodate that while at the same time not unduly delaying response to a court decision. I know there are many different views on all sides of the House on this, so I'd like to just ask the Minister why she felt it was necessary after only 3 days, actually only 2 complete days of debate, that we would now find ourselves shutting down debate, preventing members of Parliament to express the views of their constituents or their own conscience on this very important bill.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand up to speak about this. We recognize that the Supreme Court of Canada has put in place a deadline of June the 6th. We respect the Supreme Court of Canada in terms of responding to the Carter decision and have put forward Bill C-14 to do just that. I would submit that there has been substantive debate in this House. We have had over 21 hours of debate, 84 members of Parliament from every party in this House have had the opportunity to speak. And we need to ensure that we meet the court's deadline. We need to get this into second reading so that if there are amendments that are being proposed, they can be proposed at the committee stage. And I would further respectfully submit that yesterday we tried to extend the sitting hours as late as necessary to ensure that all MPs who wanted to speak had the opportunity to do so. And unfortunately, the opposition decided to limit the hours of debate.
That's right. The honourable member, Mr. Burnaby.
That is absolute rubbish, Mr. Speaker, and this is a shameful The opposition parties were very, very clear that we wanted to debate this issue throughout the week. That was the initial government offer, and now what we're seeing is a shameful backtracking from this government. The Liberals promised sunny ways. They promised that they would respect opposition parties in the House. I remember them promising as well that they would respect parliamentary debate in this place, and they had no better opportunity to prove that they would actually walk the talk than on Bill C-14, which is a nonpartisan issue that I think all members of Parliament have wanted to give voice to. And yet, now we are seeing, shamefully, the use of closure to shut down what should have been a nonpartisan debate through the course of this week. And what's even more appalling, Mr. Speaker, is in the previous government, they would allow 5 days of debate. They're shutting this down after 2.5 days of debate only. So why are sunny ways turning to dark ways, and why are Liberals shutting down debate on this bill after 2.5 days?
The Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would agree with my colleague across the aisle in terms of the sensitive nature, the deeply emotional and complex realities in terms of our consideration of Bill C-14 and putting in place a medical assistance in dying regime in this country is transformative. It is a paradigm shift. There has been substantive debate, submissions made by 84 members in this House. There was ample opportunity to debate this, and with respect to the member opposite, his colleagues within his party, 10 members had the opportunity to speak, and members within his party stopped speaking last night at 11 o'clock. I believe that we need to fundamentally ensure that we meet the Supreme Court of Canada's deadline of June the 6th. We are endeavouring to do so to ensure that we can get this substantive piece of legislation through the parliamentary process to comply with the Supreme Court's deadline.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is outrageous. Application of the guillotine motion. The government is behaving as though they're pranksters in a model parliament. Almost two-thirds, Mr. Speaker, of the official opposition caucus have been denied the opportunity to debate this important moral issue. An even greater percentage of Liberal members have been denied the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on one of the most important moral issues to be debated in this House for years, why is the government not extending evening sittings?
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize the importance of this piece of legislation and knowing and ensuring that we need to comply with the Supreme Court of Canada's decision of June the 6th, and parliamentarians have an obligation to do so. I would say to my honourable colleague across the way that your party stood in the way of having unlimited debate in this matter, in this House, on this substantive piece of legislation. We need to ensure that we provide the ability to get this into committee to have further discussions.
Député de Trois-Rivières.
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am completely astounded. A process similar to this in Quebec lasted 6 years, and now I'm to be told that after 21 hours of debate, we're going to produce something similar. This House is probably the most representative place of all of the opinions that might be expressed from across Canada. Does the minister really believe that in cutting short the debate, she's going to create consensus? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated, this is an incredibly difficult and sensitive issue, and ensuring that we meet our responsibilities as parliamentarians and put in this complex regulatory regime by the time of the Supreme Court's deadline of June the 6th is imperative. It would be irresponsible if we didn't put those measures in place. We are working incredibly hard, as have parliamentarians from all sides of this House, to contribute towards a special joint committee report that provided recommendations, and it is our government that has provided the forum to engage parliamentarians in this substantive discussion. We need to ensure that the discussion continues at committee. We need to ensure that the discussion continues in and around the kitchen tables of this country. This is a paradigm shift. This is an important subject that we need to ensure continues to be at the height of our political debate, and that's the undertaking that we're making.
Perfect. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Speaker, I am very, very troubled by this decision. This is one of the most important issues facing this Parliament. Last week, I opened myself up and I said I will have roundtables day and night until every person in my riding has had the opportunity to come to a roundtable and talk to me about it. I may or may not get to speak to the input that they gave me and some suggestions that I have. Again, I know that committee, I was there 2 days ago, the committee is reflecting on this legislation as we speak. There is no excuse for them to cut debate early this week.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we have had substantive discussion in this House. 84 members of Parliament have spoken to this. Some Conservative members have actually spoken more than once with respect to this important discussion. I look forward to ensuring that this substantive piece of legislation is put through the parliamentary process to get it into committee so we can continue to have those discussions, so that where there are well-considered amendments that want to be proposed, we can have those considerations. We need to actually go and meet third reading, and then it needs to go to the other chamber. This is a commitment, this is a direction of the Supreme Court of Canada. We have the utmost respect for that institution, and we are going to meet that deadline of June the 6th.
Perfect. Honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My question for the Minister of Justice is, I've heard that the official opposition has been suggesting that the deadline of June 6th that was imposed by the Supreme Court is one that is an arbitrary one, and is wondering why the government has not gone back to seek a further extension. Of course, the government had originally sought a 6-month extension of the suspension of the operation of the offending sections of the criminal code, but was only granted a 4-month extension. Does the minister believe that there is actually any substantive merits or new legal issues that would actually allow the Supreme Court to revisit this particular issue?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an incredible pleasure to have the member back in the chamber, and I thank him for the question. As he quite rightly pointed out, when we formed government, recognized that there hadn't been substantive discussion on this really important issue. The Supreme Court of Canada issued its decision on February the 6th of 2015, and when we came into government, we sought to put in place substantive measures and steps to ensure that we engage Canadians and parliamentarians on this particular issue. We asked for an extension of the Supreme Court deadline, and we asked for 6 months. We received 4 months. The Supreme Court of Canada, in issuing its decision, said that there has to be, or this is an extraordinary step to extend the deadline, and certainly they referenced the reality of a federal election. We would not, in my view, be successful if we went back to the Supreme Court once again to seek an extension.
The Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, this is a difficult debate because it's not about Bill C-14, it's about democracy in this place. And the reason it's about democracy is that for the last 4 years under the majority Conservative government, we saw the illegitimate use of closure more than 100 times in this place. We looked to the new government and we believed in the mandate that there would be greater respect for opposition parties. I have to say my faith in that was crushed by the decision of the Honourable House Leader to insist that Liberals in committee pass a motion that deprives me of my rights at report stage. Now we have a closure on this matter. I have the utmost respect for the Minister of Justice, Mr. Speaker. I hold her in high esteem. So I ask her this question. In balancing the harm to democracy in this place versus the risk that taking the time to do Bill C-14 right might take us beyond the 6th of June with no harm done. That's my key point as a lawyer. The Supreme Court of Canada decision could take effect. We could be late having royal assent. There could be a...
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I acknowledge my colleague across the way for her questions and concerns, and certainly we are speaking about time allocation, and I would share my colleague's discussion and prominence in terms of putting democracy and participatory democracy at the front of everything that we do. We have provided a substantive discussion on this really important issue. There have been many members that have been able to stand up and speak to this issue. Looking at the Supreme Court of Canada deadline of June the 6th, we need to put a federal framework in place. If we eclipse that deadline, there will be no procedural safeguards. There will be no safeguards to protect the vulnerable. This is incumbent upon parliamentarians to do the job that the Supreme Court of Canada asked us to do and put in place a federal framework by June the 6th.
Excellent. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm particularly outraged by the government's attitude, but not surprised. This is hypocrisy on the part of the Liberal. Once again, they talk about grand principles, but when it's time to act, they do the very opposite of what they said. This bill should not involve any partisanship at all. The Prime Minister said that we should imitate the Quebec experience. I was there, and there was never a motion to put a halt to debate. Every member who wanted to stand and speak could do so in the chamber, and it's the very opposite that we're seeing here. So yes, in effect, 1/3 of the Conservative MPs will not be able to speak. It's the same for the NTP, and only 1/6 of the Liberal MPs have been able to speak. So when we were talking about this, there was someone from the Liberal Party who stood up to interrupt the discussions. 3 Liberal members would not have been able to speak if that wasn't the case. Now, why, once again, do we see such liberal hypocrisy?
Oh, excuse, l'honorable ministre de la Justice.
I'm sorry, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled in this matter. We must respond to the Supreme Court's decision. The deadline is June the 6th. I recognize and respect the incredible amount of work that has taken place in the province of Quebec with respect to bringing into force their legislation on end of life. There was no deadline with respect to that. We must comply with our deadline. And not to necessarily respond to hypocrisy, but the Supreme Court decision was on February the 6th of 2015. Our now Prime Minister introduced a motion on February the 24th to put in place a special committee that would start to have this discussion among parliamentarians, and the deadline for reporting back of that special committee, had that resolution or motion passed, would have been the end of July. It is the members on the other side of the House that voted against that motion.
Questions and commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is certainly disappointing to rise on what is surely a dark day for parliamentary democracy and a dark day for Canada.
Funny,
it
eh?
is incredible that members on that side of the House are laughing about shutting down debate on one of the most important issues that this Parliament will confront, an issue that impacts thousands of Canadians, not just for today, but for decades to come, and they're laughing as they shut down debate after 2.5 days.
Laughing.
And they're still laughing. It's shameful. And, Mr. Speaker, I was particularly astounded that the Minister of Justice would stand up and justify shutting down parliamentary debate on this most important issue on the basis that it was necessary to meet the June 6th deadline. She stood in this House minutes ago.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I did in fact stand in this House and say that we need to comply with the June 6th deadline of the Supreme Court of Canada. We need to ensure, after we've had 84 members speak, over 21 hours of debate, for everybody that wanted to speak, that opportunity was provided to them. We need to ensure that we get this legislation into committee and recognize that there's going to be back and forth. We need to hear from Canadians. We need to hear from experts at committee. And then this bill needs to be brought back for third reading. And then it needs to go to the other chamber and go through a similar process. This is a responsibility that we have as parliamentarians to ensure that we acknowledge and meet the Supreme Court's deadline and put in place a medical assistance and dying regime in this country. That is our responsibility.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Okan. Mr. Speaker, the best way for this government to hit the wall, and I think it seems like that's what they want, is to divert things away from the substance. The best way to do that, to hit the wall, is to do what they're doing. Mr. Speaker, I might remind you that currently the Standing Committee is sitting even before this House has voted on the adoption in principle at second reading of this bill. And so there can't be a third House that is sitting at the same time. So I think that by doing what she is doing today, whereas she was responding to my question by saying that she wanted debate, I think she's trying to divert things away from the substance. And she thinks that 80-some members is sufficient to decide on such a sensitive issue. That's very sad, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and acknowledge my friend across the way's comments and recognize that he had the opportunity to speak twice with respect to this debate. I am in no way diminishing the substance of this fundamentally important issue. This is a transformative discussion that we are engaged in, that Canadians will continue to be engaged in terms of medical assistance in dying. This is a conversation that's not going to go away. But what we do have to do as parliamentarians is to ensure that we meet the Supreme Court's deadline of June the 6th. We are going to be, in terms of committee, the only way that committees can go to clause by clause, introduce amendments as if the bill is there. Right. And we look forward to the substantive discussion from all members of the Justice and Human Rights Committee and look forward to the discussions and results of the studies in the other chamber as well.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Mr. Speaker, I've been in this place for 19 years, and I've been a student of parliamentary history much of my life, and I cannot recall, I stand to be corrected, but I cannot recall a single instance where a government imposed the guillotine on debate on a grave matter of moral conscience, on a matter of life and death ethics, on a matter such as euthanasia, capital punishment, or abortion. Mr. Speaker, the ancient convention in this and other Westminster parliaments has been on such matters to allow every interested member to speak. We do not regard by convention such speeches as constituting opposition filibusters. Mr. Speaker, I understand that from time to time governments must control the legislative calendar on emergency back-to-work legislation or to shut down opposition filibusters. But allowing members to speak on a free vote on a matter of grave moral conscience is the ancient convention of this place. Can the Minister of Justice offer a single counter example?
The honourable member, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We certainly have heard from every member in this House that wanted to speak. I would ask the member across the way why they stopped debate.
Order. Order. I want to remind the honourable members that one person speaks at the time. That's the convention in this room. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the other point that was raised, this is an incredibly difficult, complex piece of legislation. We have, on this side of the House, the utmost respect for the Supreme Court of Canada. And they have ruled in the Carter case. And it's not a question of if legislation or a federal framework. It's a question of how. And they have imposed a deadline of June the 6th, and we must take our responsibilities seriously and meet that deadline. It would be irresponsible if we did not meet that deadline.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is important for us to recognize that the minister makes reference to 84 members that have spoken. What she doesn't make reference to is the other 160-plus speaking spots that were made available. What also needs to be highlighted is that the government House leader yesterday attempted to get the House to agree to a motion that would have saw the House sit well past midnight. Every member in this House that wanted to have the experience to express themselves on this legislation was in fact afforded the opportunity to do just that, Mr. Speaker. It was the opposition, and I have spoken on more time allocations than any other member in all likelihood inside this House, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, members of this place were afforded the opportunity to speak if in fact their parties wanted them to speak. My question to the minister is, would she not recognize, as she has, reaffirm how important it is that we meet our legal obligation from the Supreme Court of Canada, because we still have to go to committee, we still have to go to the Senate. What we are doing is the responsible way to govern this country.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comments and questions. It is incredibly important that we meet the June 6th deadline of the Supreme Court of Canada. What this piece of legislation is, the object of this piece of legislation is to ensure that we balance personal autonomy and provide protection to the vulnerable. If we do not have legislation in place as of June the 6th, there will be no safeguards in place. The medical practitioners will have uncertainty with respect to the eligibility criteria around somebody who wants to access medical assistance in dying. The Supreme Court of Canada said two things. One, that an absolute prohibition on medical assistance in dying is unconstitutional, and they put it to Parliament to do our job, to put in place a substantive piece of legislation that reflects the diversity of views that exist in this country, and that's what Bill C-14 does.
That's it. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To mirror what my colleague said, this is a matter of life and death for debate in this place, and I do believe that the Honourable Minister should actually check herself when she says that everyone who wanted to have a chance to speak to this issue has had a chance to speak, because that is absolutely incorrect, and she should apologize for those remarks, because it's simply not true. And if she's going to base her arguments by spewing lies in this House of Commons, then she should absolutely be very careful in making sure she has the facts before she makes assertions which are untrue.
Yes, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I look to your direction, but my colleague from Milton just accused an honourable member of this House of spewing lies in the House. I think if somebody should apologize, it's her for such an untrue statement.
I think it is inappropriate language to use the word lies or accusing anyone of lies in the House. I think there are differences of opinions. I believe there is an inappropriate word that was said. I'll leave the honourable member.
Using the language, but as you can see, it is an emotional topic, and that's exactly why they should not be shutting down this debate whatsoever. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians who want to partake in a committee process by being witnesses need to understand the points of view that are expressed by their parliamentarians. This is a free vote for our party. This is an incredibly important vote. An opportunity must be had in order for people to understand the way in which people are going to vote. Why is the minister not giving us that opportunity?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would agree with my honourable colleague across the way about the substantive nature of this discussion. That is why we offered unlimited debate, and the members opposite stood in their place to limit the debate. We need to ensure that we have substantive discussions on this. We have had 84 members stand up in this House to debate this issue. We need to ensure that we continue on this piece of legislation, having it go to committee, to have that discussion, to hear from experts, to hear from Canadians, so that we can continue to debate this, so that we meet the deadline of June the 6th and ensure that we are compliant with the Supreme Court of Canada's direction.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to quote both the member from Winnipeg North and, of course, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice, because they reveal what their actual feelings are about what the government is in the process of doing. The member from Winnipeg North said just last year, the government, by once again relying on a time allocation motion to get its agenda passed, speaks of incompetence. It speaks of a genuine lack of respect for parliamentary procedure and ultimately for Canadians. It continues to try to prevent members of Parliament from being engaged and representing their constituents on the floor of the House of Commons. And, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice, said this: the government should be ashamed of itself. How dare it rule the country with such an iron fist by using time allocation? The government just evoked time allocation, which would seriously restrict debate. It does not care to listen to the concerns of Canadians. They are both right, Mr. Speaker, and the government is wrong to shut down debate on such an important issue, to refuse to have the debates this evening that the opposition members of Parliament have asked.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am sure my colleague across the way would agree with me that we need to respect an institution of the institution of the Supreme Court of Canada, who delivered a decision in Carter on February the 6th of 2015. They initially had a 12-month period before invalidity came in. When we formed government, we sought to put in place a series of steps to ensure that we actually engage with Canadians in debate. We sought a 6-month extension. We were granted a 4-month extension, and we ensured that we put in place a special joint committee that would continue to have this debate and discussion. They put forward their recommendations. We're continuing to have this discussion. Discussion will continue at committee, and discussion will continue debate and dialogue in the other chamber. We need to respond to the June 6th deadline. I'm sure everybody in this House can appreciate that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of my Conservative colleagues falsely claim that the Supreme Court is taking a decision out of the hand of elected representatives, while the fact of the matter is we as a nation, we as elected representatives, we as citizens have embraced the Charter of Rights and Freedoms decades ago, and we treat it as part of our core values. The Supreme Court interprets that charter and applies it to the rule of law. The Supreme Court has ruled on this matter. And what I find perplexing, and I agree with my colleagues how important this matter is, but if they really felt it was that important, why didn't they start that study when they were in government over a year ago? Why didn't they do that over a year ago? I wish I could ask my colleagues that question, but perhaps the Honourable Justice Minister can help me answer that question.
Before I go to the Honourable Minister, I just want to remind all the members this is a very emotional topic, and I realize emotions run high. Just take a deep breath. Everybody together, take a deep breath. We'll calm down. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Yes, by all means.
Maybe the member misspoke, but he did say that no study began under the previous government, which, of course, I believe he knows wasn't true. There was an expert panel that was began. It's a point of fact. Maybe he wants to make a clarification. I'm not.
I'll just go over to the Minister of Justice, and she can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable friend for that question. As I said, the Supreme Court decision in Carter came out on February the 6th of 2015. Several weeks later, the now Prime Minister introduced into this House a motion to put forward and form a special committee on February the 24th that would do specifically what we have done over the last month since we formed government, to study this issue, to enable parliamentarians to engage in debate and dialogue. And it is the members opposite who were in government at that time that did not vote in favour of this special committee. So now it's quite surprising that they're now wanting to engage in substantive debate. We have put in place considered steps to ensure that this discussion continues on this incredibly sensitive issue.
Excellent. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I am absolutely outraged by this. I am going to lose my opportunity to speak to this bill on behalf of my constituents, many who have very impassioned views that they wanted me to rise in this House and be able to express those views on their behalf. And it's very, very rich coming from these folks on the other side of the House. One of the first things they did, rather than striking up a committee, was to announce that they're going to lengthen the process for discussion on something as innocuous as a pipeline, which is going to put gasoline in people's cars, by 2 years so that everybody in Canada who wants to talk about it can. Yet they're only going to let 1 in 4 MPs at second reading on this bill talk about something as important as the sanctity of human life. And this is something that she's going to have to reconcile with, Mr. Speaker. This is an abomination and it violates my privileges as a member of Parliament.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have liked to have seen the colleague across the way at the debates yesterday and have him provided the opportunity to speak in those debates. And rather than standing in the way of unlimited debates, perhaps they could have allowed that unlimited debate to take place. I am fundamentally seized with this issue of medical assistance in dying, as are all Canadians. We are having a national conversation on this issue. And not only are we having a national conversation on this issue, we need to respond to a Supreme Court of Canada decision, and the deadline is June the 6th. I take that, we all should take that incredibly serious to ensure we do our responsibility, fulfill our responsibility as parliamentarians, and put in place that framework to respond to the Supreme Court of Canada decision. If not, we're being irresponsible.
That's right.
Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forthwith the question before the House.
Leblanc, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that in relation to Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of this bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill said, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favour, please say yea. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members. La question est la suivante. Monsieur Leblanc, appuyé par Monsieur Carr, propose que relativement au projet de loi C-14, loi modifiant le code criminel... Excusez? May I dispense? I don't have unanimous consent. Que relativement au projet...
That in relation to Bill C-14, an act to amend the criminal code and to make related amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill.
For the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of this bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur
Mr.
Paradis.
Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice
Mr.
Lev.
Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Daliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mrs. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île
Mr.
des
Morrissey.
Sœurs. Mr.
Ms.
Morrissey.
O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Seacon.
Mr.
Mr.
Seacon.
Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à...
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboutay.
Mr. Aboutay.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Das, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South
Mr.
Glengarry.
Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albas.
Mr. Albas.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Miss Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Yeas pour 165, 164, 5. Nays contre 140, 140.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Orders of the day?
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Bill C-14, the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, and on the previous question.
Conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment.
Employment Insurance. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, Veterans Affairs. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Status of Women. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
I just want to... Order. Can I have your attention, please? Please, if you don't mind. Can I have your attention, please? Geez, that works well. I got to learn that trick more often. Thank you, Ralph. Or sorry, the honourable member for Wascana. I just want to remind all the members that there is debate starting right now, so if you have something important to talk about, I'm sure you can take it to the lobby or outside of the chamber itself, or just whisper to yourselves. Out of respect for the honourable member for Willowdale. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to rise today to join many other colleagues in addressing the significant national debate surrounding Bill C-14 and our government's prompt and appropriate response to the Supreme Court's Carter decision. I believe this was a duty the previous government neglected, and I'm proud of our government's response to this complex issue. Bill C-14 represents a mandated response to the Supreme Court's Carter decision by providing a national framework to ensure, subject to necessary safeguards, access to a fundamental and inviolable right enshrined under Section 7 of the Canadian Charter. After all, the Carter decision transformed the question before the government from one focused on whether or not the government should legislate and legalize medical assistance in dying to the very different question of how best to legislate and legalize medical assistance in dying. Despite the clear contours delineated by the Supreme Court, I would like to acknowledge the hard work of all members of this House over the course of the past several months to contribute to this important national debate by recognizing the crucial role of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, and of course acknowledging the leadership demonstrated by the Ministers of Justice and of Health for introducing this transformative legislation. I would also like to thank all Canadians who have in one way or another participated in nationwide consultations with their provincial and federal governments. I'm very proud that many constituents in my riding of Willowdale took the time to approach me regarding various aspects of this bill, and having listened to them, I realize full well that this is a deeply important issue for many Canadians. At the centre of the profound and solemn debate that has ensued in this House and elsewhere have been discussions focused on such foundational principles such as the need to respect individual rights, equity, consent and capacity, clarity, dignity, and accountability. Yet given the extensive debate that has occurred in this House, I would like to specifically focus my remarks on two aspects of this bill which I believe need to be further highlighted and emphasized. The first issue I will focus on is that Bill C-14 represents a significant first step that now requires further cooperation with our provincial and territorial partners. Second, it is important to recognize the significant safeguards embedded in Bill C-14. One of the primary characteristics of charter rights, of course, is equal access. If charter rights are by definition universal, they must, within reason, be equally accessible to all Canadians. This is where I believe Bill C-14 comes into play, by establishing a national framework for medical assistance in dying that can ensure equitable access across provinces and territories. I feel that Bill C-14 fulfills an expressed desire by our provincial and territorial governments for a national framework to address this timely issue. I strongly believe that this legislation provides an opportunity for the federal government to facilitate a collaborative approach which includes provincial and territorial consultation. Specifically, the bill's own preamble clearly states that the law must apply consistently across all of Canada. As such, this bill advocates for a national framework in order to avoid variations from province to province. As we all know, the Quebec government has in many ways laid the groundwork for medical assistance in dying with their own provincial legislation. However, while provinces will continue to act as key legislative and administrative partners in medical assistance in dying, I think we can all agree that establishing a pan-Canadian national approach was crucial. We should continue to work with the provinces and territories to explore mechanisms to coordinate end-of-life care for patients who want access to medical assistance in dying, thus avoiding crucial gaps in access and delivery. Furthermore, in keeping with our government's commitment to evidence-based decision-making, we will engage with the provinces and territories to support the development of a pan-Canadian monitoring system to collect and analyze data, monitor trends, and publicly report on medical assistance in dying. This two-way relationship is important. In other words, Bill C-14 represents the beginning of a partnership on medical assistance in dying. Our provincial colleagues, informed by the framework we've provided, can now begin the process of implementing their own medical assistance in dying regimes. Quebec, of course, has already done so, while Ontario and most other provinces have begun the process through the creation of a PT advisory group on physician-assisted dying. Allow me now to shift to the second element I would like to address today, the topic of safeguards included within Bill C-14. Bill C-14 makes Canada the 9th jurisdiction in the world to legalize medical assistance in dying, not including Quebec. Fortunately, we have been able to learn from their experiences to implement safeguards which will protect the most vulnerable while also following suffering Canadians' access to a charter right. Bill C-14 is therefore a carefully and deliberately crafted piece of legislation which learns from the best practices of other governments to legalize medical assistance in dying. As the Supreme Court made clear in paragraph 117 of the Carter decision, the risks associated with physician-assisted death can be limited through a carefully designed and monitored system of safeguards. Our government is committed to addressing the task put forth by the Supreme Court. We understand that this is a complex and emotional issue for many Canadians. As a result, we want to ensure that protecting the charter rights of some Canadians does not infringe upon the charter rights of others. Bill C-14 provides strict criteria outlining precisely who is eligible for medical assistance in dying. Relatively strict guidelines are required when dealing with such a significant issue, and eligibility is limited to 3 prescribed sets of conditions contained in Bill C-14. Bill C-14 also includes safeguards protecting the personal convictions of healthcare providers. This is a fact that bears repeating, as there seems to be some misunderstanding and confusion surrounding this issue. There is nothing in Bill C-14 that compels any medical practitioner to perform medical assistance in dying against their will. As the Minister of Justice recently confirmed in her appearance before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights on May 2, 2016, there is nothing in our legislation that would compel a medical practitioner to perform medical assistance in dying, as you point out. The jurisdiction in terms of regulation falls to the provinces and territories. The Minister of Health also addressed this issue in her remarks before the same committee, and apart from reiterating the issue of the conscience rights of health providers, that it falls within the jurisdiction of the provinces, confirmed that the federal government is already working with the provinces to develop a care coordination system for end-of-life care. Finally, I believe the inclusion in Bill C-14 of a 5-year review clause is another important safeguard. While I have the utmost confidence that this bill will address the issues presented to the government via the Carter decision, this mechanism will allow for future improvements and modifications if need be. Before concluding, allow me to also emphasize that Bill C-14 is part of a larger discussion around end-of-life healthcare. In that spirit, I'm proud of the commitments our government has made towards palliative care through a much-needed $3 billion investment over 4 years for HoC and palliative care. I'm confident that the vast majority of my constituents support medical assistance in dying and support Bill C-14. I urge my colleagues in the House to support this bill as well. By boldly yet responsibly reacting to the Carter decision, our government has created a workable and pragmatic national framework which will allow us to closely collaborate with the provinces and territories. Bill C-14 marks the beginning of a new era. By addressing the expanded charter rights laid out by the Carter decision, this legislation provides Canadians access to a long overdue right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the member on a well-thought-out speech. But he mentioned that he was very confident that the majority of his constituents would support his position on C-14. I actually sent a survey to every one of the 45,000 homes in my riding, and I got the opposite result. As a matter of fact, 65% of the respondents are opposed to C-14, and 35% are in favor of it. So I wonder if he would be willing to do that with his riding, just to make sure to confirm what he's stating here in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
I would like to thank the honourable member for that question. Of course, the reason why I said that is I've had plenty of opportunities to actually speak to various constituents. Now, what I can tell you is that after having spoken to many of those constituents, they understood the context within which this bill has been adopted. They appreciate full well that the Supreme Court considered this issue. They also understand full well that there were many, many consultations that went on, and that what resulted from those consultations is Bill C-14. Thank you.
Question? Yes, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, I'm tabling in both official languages the government's response to questions Q80 and Q81. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. That's fine. We'll table those documents. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to my friend from, I believe, Willowdale across the way, I was intrigued not so much just with what was in his speech, what was not in his speech. The fact that this Parliament is now operating under time allocation on what he called a complex and sensitive issue, which I agree with, that I, for the life of me, can't understand why the government would take the goodwill, the working together approach that we've taken from this start of this issue, a multi-partisan approach, an all-party committee to design the legislation, to move it through the House and proceed with it in a sensible way deserving of something so important, that his government would come in and use time allocation, as you know, Mr. Speaker, to shut down debate and discussion in this place over this issue in particular. Now, the previous government used this tactic, abused this tactic, in which his party decried. His friend from Winnipeg made many a speech on this. And yet to come in as a new government in these sunny ways and suggest that on a charter rights issue, the first tendency of this government was to take away that goodwill of the parties working together for what Canadians want, which is a bill that balances the rights. This bill has some serious flaws in it. His own chair of the committee has recognized the problems with this bill. The Senate has recognized problems. The constitutional lawyers that moved the Carter decision forward to the Supreme Court have pointed out to this government that Ms. Carter herself wouldn't have access to this service under this bill. These are legitimate concerns. So rather than have the fulsome debate, the Liberal Party has chosen to go back to tendencies that were abused by the Conservative Party, that Canadians rejected in the last election. For the life of me, I can't understand why. Why not allow Parliament to discuss this? Why just ignore the fact that his government just now brought in this time allocation measure to shut down Parliament's ability to do what Parliament's here to do, and not speak on behalf of the people we represent?
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
I'd like to thank my the honourable member for his question. I fully agree with you that this is a very, very complex issue. I think what we do see in the legislation is a very balanced approach. Of course, every single individual in this House understands that certain issues that may have been of concern to them weren't fully addressed. But that is what a national legislation is all about. On the issue of having a sensible approach to debating this very complex and an important issue in the House, I have heard for several days that every single member who would like to speak has been afforded that opportunity. In fact, it would appear to me, since I was watching this debate very, very closely, that there were numerous members who had more than one occasion to actually address issues that were of concern to them. Lastly, allow me to inform you that, of course, this will now be the subject of input as it goes before committee, and that it will be returning to the House.
I'm sure the Honourable Member didn't mean me. I mean, I'm talking to the House. I just want to remind all the members that when they're speaking, they speak through the Speaker. There's a protocol, not directly across the floor. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un honneur de...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise today to speak to this very important bill. And as a member for the past 19 years of this House, I might say that I have consulted my constituents on many opportunities, on many aspects, and they were tremendously worried about what we are doing here today.
By amplifying comments we just heard about the unfortunate application of the guillotine of time allocation and shutting down debate at second reading of this hugely consequential bill. As I said in this place an hour ago, I understand, Mr. Speaker, that from time to time governments must use time allocation in this Parliament to ensure to address critical urgent issues, back to work legislation, national emergencies, and to prevent opposition filibusters from unreasonably stalling a government's legislative agenda. I understand that, but this is a different kind of issue. This issue is different in kind and not in degree from those normal prudential matters with which this House normally deals. This bill, let us be clear, this bill authorizes the taking of human life. I would argue there is no greater power that can be exercised by this legislature than the authorization of the taking of human life, Mr. Speaker. And that is why there is an ancient convention in this and other Westminster parliaments, other democratic legislatures, that on such matters of the most profound moral conscience, that two conventions apply. One, that all members should vote freely, and secondly, that all members should be able to speak freely. Here we have a government that, based on media reports, was very close to violating the first one of those conventions in seeking to whip its own members to vote on this matter of moral conscience. And now we have a government which is violating the second ancient Westminster Democratic Convention, empowering members to speak their conscience, to reflect the convictions of their constituents on a matter that could not be more grave. Now, we'll hear lots of political noise about different governments that have used time allocation, but I hearken back to 1969 in this place when the current Prime Minister's father brought forward the omnibus justice legislation that touched on very profound moral questions, including abortion, and there was no application of time allocation. I hearken back to 1976. In the free vote and debate on this place on capital punishment, there was no limitation of debate. I reflect back to the difficult debates in this place in 1988 and 89 about unborn human life, and again, no application of time allocation. Indeed, I believe the former Liberal government that brought forward the Civil Marriage Act in 2005, a matter of profound moral conscience, perhaps not as grave in terms of human life, was also unrestricted in terms of debate. So I want to put down that marker that we are crossing two Rubicons here today. One, in violating these ancient parliamentary conventions, and secondly, in authorizing the taking of human life. So on the substance of the matter, Mr. Speaker, let me first reflect. We throw around a lot of terms here euphemistically, and whenever one hears the application of euphemistic language to matters as grave as the taking of human life, one should be concerned. We need only reflect on the history, on the 20th century, what St. John Paul II referred to as the century of tears, of the century of when the taking of human life became industrialized, when, in fact, we mark today Yom HaShoah, where we recall the sacred memory of the 6 million European Jews lost in the Holocaust following the euphemistic application of language to dehumanize the Jewish people. Aldous Huxley, the great British novelist, in his novel Brave New World in 1934, gave us a perfect depiction of what the euphemistic application of language to life and death questions can result in. The normalization, the banalization of the taking of human life. And I believe we see that in the very title of this bill, in which it refers to what was commonly known in the English language for centuries as euthanasia. It refers to it with the euphemistic phrase, physician-assisted dying. First, let me challenge that, Mr. Speaker, so we understand the nature of this debate. Dying is a passive exercise. Killing is an active exercise. I know that when we use that word, it's bracing, it's disturbing, and it should be so, because the administration of a drug or other medical means purposefully to end human life is an act of volition. There is in the language of formal ethics, it is the teleology of that, the end purpose of that, the administration of that poison, that life-ending medical intervention is to end life. It is, in literal terms, it is a decision to kill. But that is radically different in kind, Mr. Speaker, from assisting people in dying, which palliative care practitioners do with great dignity every single day. And let us not begin this debate in confusing these two radically different moral concepts. Mr. Speaker, when I was in university in San Francisco nearly 30 years ago, I volunteered occasionally at a hospice established by Mother Teresa's Missionaries of Charity, primarily to assist men dying from complications as a result of HIV and AIDS. And I saw the incredible compassion, authentic compassion, demonstrated by those women and palliative care practitioners in assisting in the death of those individuals. And Mr. Speaker, they were not seeking to hasten death. They were not seeking to end the lives of those in their care. They were seeking to comfort them. We often, to address another euphemistic abuse of language, we often hear the term compassion thrown about here. I believe we all want to be compassionate. We all want to empathize for those facing pain at the end of their lives, obviously. But that same Mother Teresa who established that hospice and dozens of others around the world reminded us that the etymological root of the word compassion comes from the Latin words cum and passio, to suffer with. Mr. Speaker, I would argue that presenting people with the idea of ending their lives is not to suffer with them, as palliative care practitioners and compassionate family members do every day, and we must stand by them. In legislation, in programs, provinces must, through their healthcare programs, and if one good can come from this debate, I hope it will be a radical improvement in the entire field of palliative care. But I fear, Mr. Speaker, we have heard from palliative care practitioners, from physicians, who are so concerned by the implications of this bill that they are prepared to withdraw from the field of palliative care. So I would ask us to proceed with great caution, which indeed reflects the ancient moral consensus of at least Western civilization, dating all the way back to the 5th century BC, when in the Hippocratic Oath, Hippocrates said that I will use treatment to help the sick according to my ability and judgment, but never with a view to injury and wrongdoing. Neither will I administer a poison to anybody when asked to do so, nor will I suggest such a course. Mr. Speaker, there is great wisdom in that oath that had been taken by physicians for millennia in the Western tradition. I submit that we should not lightly disregard that great received wisdom, and I am profoundly concerned that the exceptions to the exceptions found in this legislation are radically inadequate to ensure a proper protection of the vulnerable, to ensure authentic compassion, and to ensure that we really do aid people in dying rather than presenting them with the slippery soap of killing.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for... I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank here. For Ottawa South, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I commend my colleague for his remarks. I appreciate the fact that he goes as far back as Aldous Huxley and perhaps even Mortimer Adler in terms of Adler's distinction between differences of kind and differences of decree. And like him, as someone who spent 5 years studying the classics and liberal arts and philosophy, I share some of his profound concerns, but I have a couple of questions for him, if I might, in response. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like him to explain to the House how moving this bill to committee, where it can be properly dealt with in terms of specific amendments from the opposition, from government members, from the third party, how that is in any way prejudicial to improving it. That would be question number one. Number two, can you explain to us how specifically our government is now not, quote, according to his language, not proceeded with caution, close quote. He went on to say that we have been lightly disregarding the profound wisdom of apparently a millennia. I'd like him to explain to the House how a general practitioner, medical doctors, Minister of Health, a distinguished attorney, an attorney general who's a practicing lawyer and Crown prosecutor, two of whom have been seized with this issue for months, agonizing over the difficult choices to be made, trying to reflect Canadians' needs and desires. Can you help us understand how we have lent short shrift to the importance of this issue in any form, in any shape in this bill?
The honourable member for Calgary-Vindapore.
Thank you, the member from Ottawa South, for his questions. Firstly, obviously, this bill passing on second reading appears to be a foregone conclusion, and so the committee will be engaged. I must express some concern, Mr. Speaker, with the imposition of what I think are quite unreasonable timelines on this sovereign democratic parliament by the Supreme Court justices down the way, who initially imposed a timeline without apparently being conscious of the fact that we had an election that would take this place out of business for several months. Having said that, on his second point, I did not make an ad hominem attack against the integrity of those who have drafted this bill. I simply disagree with their analysis and their conclusions. Two cases in point. Two of the alleged requirements in this bill are, firstly, that two physicians must authorize the act of euthanasia. Mr. Speaker, that seems to me wholly inadequate in a country with over 70,000 physicians. We could easily end up with a circuit of a handful of Jack Kevorkian-style enthusiasts for euthanasia using their physician's license to imprudently authorize acts of euthanasia even when they ought not to do so. And secondly, another requirement is that death be reasonably foreseeable, as it is for all of us, Mr. Speaker. And so I believe that the restrictions in the bill are wholly inadequate to prevent the kinds of abuses about which we are all gravely concerned.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I always enjoy, if not always agree with my friend from Calgary. I find he represents the point of view of socially conservative Canadians very well and with great articulation. On 2 points, I have a question for him. One is the process that we're now in. The Parliament is now under time allocation. That means that debate has been cut off by the government unilaterally, despite there being many and very good efforts to work across party lines on what is a complex and sensitive issue for all of us, because this is the intervention of our own personal experiences as members of Parliament, our faith, our own personal morality, and the attempts we make to represent Canadians with our best courage and intelligence. My question is this. Only in the preamble of this bill is there any mention of palliative care whatsoever. In the budget, there is scant resources to bring in any sort of effort to help Canadians with palliative care issues. It's talked about, but never actually addressed and acted upon. I'm wondering why it doesn't exist as some sort of more forceful, meaningful component of this conversation that we're having today about what is a sensitive and important discussion about end of life for all Canadians.
In 45 seconds or less, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The kind words of my honourable friend. Mr. Speaker, let me first, though, challenge his characterization of my position as being the socially conservative position. In fact, I think it's the Canadian position. It was the position of the Canadian judiciary until a year ago. It was the position of the Supreme Court of Canada in the Rodriguez decision. It was the position of majority of members in this place in at least 3 votes that have occurred in my 19 years here, including the vast majority of members of the Liberal Party and many New Democrats, like the former Member of Parliament Bill Blakey. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would submit that this is not an ideological or political issue. It's an issue on which people have honestly held different convictions, but let us not pigeonhole them in that. In terms of time allocation, I agree with him, and I've already addressed that, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-14, an act to amend the criminal code and to make related amendments to other acts, medically assisted in dying. Let me first thank the members who were part of the Special Joint Committee for this bill and for the hard work. I think that their work showcased in Parliament at its best what it is capable of when party put aside politics and the best interests of Canadians are at heart. And in particular, Canadians, vulnerable Canadians, are put at the forefront. I would also like to recognize the members of the Justice Committee who's working diligently on this issue endlessly. Since the debate began, we had heard many, many moving and deeply personal stories, heartfelt sentiments, some that are so moving as I listened to their stories, it brought a lump to my throat. And I thought, how wonderful it is that we have Canadian democracy in this very House and where every single member was supposed to have the opportunity to voice their opinions on this very important issue. It is a shame, in my view, that the government brought forward closure. I really do think it's a shame. I don't think that was necessary. I think that we could have afforded every single member the opportunity to be heard and to offer their points of view on this important bill. This bill before us today is one of great importance and significance to Canadians from all walks of life, from coast to coast to coast. Its subject is something that has touched countless Canadians, at least to a degree. Whether caring for an ill member of their own family, providing support to a friend or colleague, caring for a loved one, or just contemplating their own wishes, should they themselves ever have to end up in a situation where they're forced to deal with enduring an intolerable suffering, that this is an issue that, in my view, truly impacts all of us. As this legislation is quite literally dealing with life and death, it is of the utmost importance that Parliament put the best legislation forward, where the rights and self-determination of individuals must be supported, while simultaneously ensuring that the most vulnerable people in society are protected from harm. This balance must, and I believe, can be struck. There is no question that end-of-life decisions can be incredibly hard on families, whether it's the family dealing with serious conditions or their surrounding families and their loved ones that are witnessing the pain and suffering of their loved one. Them doing the support work on their side is deeply emotional, is deeply personal. Should a person ultimately determine they would prefer to, as many call it, die with dignity on their own terms, the gravity of that decision itself is enough for a family and individual to grapple with. And over the years, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the struggles of families who are fighting for the right to die with dignity go through time-consuming and difficult court battles. This from Sue Rodriguez to Ms. Kay Carter. These individuals went through the court battle not just for themselves, I believe. They went through it for all Canadians who wish to have the right to choose to die with dignity. And for that, I thank them and their families for their courage and the courage that they have shown, to have their voice heard in perhaps the most trying and critical times of their lives. While I have not been in a situation where one of my loved ones had to endure this kind of pain, I have known people who had. At such a difficult time, one would think that the last thing that these families would want to have to deal with is the additional stress and hardships imposed on them because Parliament did not have the courage to act. Parliament has been given a task by the Supreme Court of Canada based on the ruling known as the Carter decision. The court unanimously decided that Canadians who are suffering intolerably because of, and I quote, grievous and irremediable medical condition, end quote, have a charter-protected right to access medical assistance in dying. On June 6th of this year, a new law adhering to this decision needs to be in place or a legal vacuum will result. The Special Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying spent considerable time listening to expert testimony and brought forward 21 recommendations on legislative response to the Carter decision. So the very first question that needs to be answered of Bill C-14 is this: does this legislation comply with the Carter decision? This special committee has heard from some advocates and experts that the bill will fall short. This could result in more lengthy court challenges and, more importantly, Mr. Speaker, individuals, families, and medical professionals left navigating incredibly difficult decisions while operating in a legal gray area. To allow this situation to occur would mean nothing less than, in my view, a failure of Parliament. Kay Carter, one of the two women involved in the Supreme Court case, suffer excruciating, painful, debilitating, that is my ESL at full force here, Mr. Speaker, and which left her wheelchair-bound and unable to feed herself. Yes, she was fully, mentally, and legally competent, and possessing a fierce independence, she fought the right to choose medical assistance in dying if her suffering became unbearable. However, her condition is not considered fatal, Mr. Speaker. And because Bill C-14's final criterion for undergoing physician-assisted death, which is that, and I quote, natural death has become reasonably foreseeable, end quote, many experts have noted that Kay Carter would be denied access under C-14. Surely we must question how could it be that if Bill C-14 was meant to address the Carter decision, that Kay Carters and others like her who are legally competent and suffering from serious and incurable but non-fatal conditions would not be granted the very right under this new law. My question to the government on this is quite simple. What is the decision behind their definition, their different terminologies that they chose to use than the court ruling? Bill C-14 is also silent on practitioners' right to conscientious objection. Presumably, this means the government is leaving it up to provinces to work that out. Respectfully, the Supreme Court has tasked the federal government with crafting these laws. Leaving something out as important as practitioners having the right to conscientious objection and failing to meet the test of the Carter ruling, in my view, is the failure of Parliament to live up to its responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the Special Joint Committee recommended the government consider the topic of advance directives. While the court was silent on this as cognitive decline and therefore legal competence was not going to become an issue for the plaintiffs in the case, the Canadian public has been vocal about this. Experts appearing at committee stated for people dealing with these sorts of illnesses, such as Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia, will be left with no legal options. My constituents of Vancouver East have brought this issue to my attention. A Vancouver East resident wrote, and I quote, "Without the option to make advance requests for assisted dying, Canadians with dementia or other degenerative illness that rob victims of their competence will be effectively excluded from access," end quote. It is my belief that this completely goes against the spirit of the Supreme Court ruling on physician-assisted dying. In going forward, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that there will be changes to this bill to bring it to the place where it is both Carter compliant and Charter compliant. I have no doubt that my colleague, the member from Victoria, will continue to work diligently and consult with experts and people affected on this very matter. And I'm very hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to see this bill come to a place where it's not only its preamble cites the importance of palliative care, but that government actually delivers on palliative care as well. It should be all of our obligation to make sure that these choices are afforded to Canadians and that in their choices that they're supported with every effort to make that choice a reality. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this important bill, and I look forward to questions from other members in the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I may allow, just to address a number of the points that the member has raised. First and foremost, she acknowledges the reason why we have this before us today is because we had 9 Supreme Court judges unanimously indicate that we needed to change the law, and that's the reason why we have the legislation before us today. And it's interesting in listening to members speak, sometimes you get a member that says we've gone too far, other members say that we haven't gone far enough. And just compare the last 2 speeches, Mr. Speaker. So it tells me that there is a good balance that's there, but we're always open to improvements as we see this bill go to committee. This is a government that's open to improving legislation if it can be demonstrated at the committee level in particular. Mr. Speaker, the member made reference to the importance of palliative care. This is a Prime Minister and a government that truly cares about palliative care. There is a tangible commitment within this budget in the last number of months from this government in terms of substantial financial contributions in and around $3 billion, not to mention to the commitment to the health care accord. And the third point, and this is where I would put the question, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of affording members the opportunity to speak. It's important for us to note that last night opposition members were afforded the opportunity to be able to speak endlessly past midnight if need be, but it was the opposition that ultimately said no to that. My question specifically on that issue to the members, why does she believe the official opposition and the NDP did not want to sit past midnight in order to allow members to be able to address this very important issue?
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much. The government actually was elected on the notion that they would do things differently.
That's right.
Yeah. And they said that during the campaign. They said it post-campaign. And here we are in this House on a bill that is on a charter rights issue.
Exactly.
That the member himself acknowledged of the significant importance for this bill to be debated properly in this House. And yet the government brought in closure after 2.5 days in this debate.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, I would venture to say this. Why did the government have to do that? To debate past midnight somehow is a justification to say, gee, we should bring in closure then.
Exactly.
Does this make sense for a civilized society to be debating past midnight to continue on this work? And why would the government bring closure to this after 2.5 days?
Exactly.
The government House leader, to my understanding, made an agreement with the opposition House leaders on when they would end the debate on this, and yet they reneged on it. Why did they do that, Mr. Speaker?
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I sat through all of the debate to the wee hours of the morning and was waiting to actually have my chance to speak. And we're talking about life and death. This is going to be the single most important decision that we make as Parliament, perhaps in decades preceding us and decades moving forward. Every one of us bear the burden of the decision we make moving forward. Mr. Speaker, it was the chair, the honourable member from Don Valley West, of the very committee that was tasked to investigating this, that said, right now, I guess it's good enough bill. but I'm not sure good enough is enough when we're talking about life and death. And Madam Speaker, when we're talking about debate, not one member from the Liberal side or the government side stood up beyond 4 p.m. And I know when I sat through the discussion from earlier on that there are members on the other side, either for and against, and I welcome their conversation, but not one member was able or allowed to stand up. And I guess my question to the honourable member is that now we're going to go to committee. The debate is finished. Are you confident enough, through you, Madam Speaker, that we are going to get and see a bill that is not just good enough, but the right bill for this serious issue?
The honourable member for Vancouver East, a very brief answer, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. All of that rests on the committee and the membership of that committee, and whether or not they will bring the spirit of cooperation and collaboration to the table, and to be open to hear from the experts, and to be open to bring forward amendments to fix this bill. I'm hopeful with that. I have no doubt that the NDP member, the member from Victoria, will work tirelessly to ensure that that takes place. But that is yet to be seen, and he's only one member, but it rests with the other members of that committee as well.
Very good. Here, here.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to note that I will be one of the few last ones that do get to speak at second reading, with about a quarter of parliamentarians actually being allotted the opportunity after 2.5 days. But, Madam Speaker, I don't want to waste my time raging against that particular issue, but because we have an important debate in front of us. You know, I have watched with envy when some of my colleagues have been able to stand up and articulate a really clear position on this legislation, both for and against. And, you know, truly, Madam Speaker, it's going to be with no ease that I'm going to make my vote tonight. It is a very, very difficult decision for many. But, you know, I think I want to start back with just a quick reflection on some of the facts about this case, and really the two cases that were with the Supreme Court of Canada that ultimately ended up in very different results. And I think this is something that I heard again and again in the public, that the people in the public see Sue Rodriguez and Gloria Taylor as remarkably similar in terms of the struggle they were having with ALS, which of course is a horrific degenerating neurological disease. And notwithstanding those very similar fact patterns, you know, the 2015 Carter decision did not follow the 1993 precedent, and indeed was really a completely contradictory position, which struck down a 21-year-old law declaring physician-assisted suicide as an indictable offense. And, you know, Madam Speaker, it is an age-old argument that the court should make laws, not make laws, but interpret them. I actually do acknowledge that the Charter of Right requires interpretation by our courts, but I would also perhaps like to argue that once an interpretation is given, the offering of consistent rulings makes sense to the general public. As societal views change on any particular issue, it is the responsibility of the legislative branch to adapt to changing public values. And, you know, I do want to reject the fact, the statements that many have made that Parliament was not willing to consider the issue. We had, in 2010, there was a vote. I remember my colleague, Stephen Fletcher, spoke very eloquently. He had a private member's bill. I have no doubt we would have dealt with this issue again in this Parliament. And I do also want to note that Quebec and many other countries took a long time, 6 years, 10 years, to craft a piece of legislation to talk to their community. Once this, in the Supreme Court of Canada, this is a decision that affects every Canadian, and every member of Parliament, I believe, had a responsibility to talk to their constituents in detail. I did send a letter to every household in my riding right after the Supreme Court of Canada's decision, so this was consultation before the last election, and I had actually over 1,000 respondents, and approximately 70% recognized that there were some cases where they believed that physician-assisted suicide might be important. And then last week, Madam Speaker, we had the actual legislation, and I made a commitment and said anyone that wants to come in, join me in a roundtable. I will give every minute of the last week of our constituency. So as you can imagine, we had roundtable after roundtable, including roundtables with physicians and seniors groups. And of course, you can imagine they were powerful discussions, they were divisive discussions, and people had very, very different perspectives. But I think there's three areas that they did agree on. Palliative care has to be improved, no question, and I did some quick calculations that $30 billion over 4 years in terms of a home care budget in the health authority I represent is actually pittance in terms of them being able to change a palliative care system. Again, everyone agreed that there is a slippery slope, and there's not some confidence in terms of that we aren't going to head down that slippery slope. So there was some recommendations that were made, and there were two. One was that two physicians maybe make a decision, but a social worker and a psychologist should inform that physician's decision. That was one thing that was suggested. Or alternatively, that there should be a judicial review process. So I think those were important considerations. And they absolutely 100% believe that the protection of health conscience rights of our providers must be in federal legislation. I'll reflect on a few comments from those opposed, a few comments from those that were supportive, and then, Madam Speaker, I want to conclude. The people that are opposed to this legislation, they were not opposed on any technical pieces of the legislation. They were opposed because they believe that we are talking about murder, a profound diminishment of respect for life, and vulnerable individuals will choose to end their life if they feel like they are a burden. I'd like to quote one of the physicians who sent me an email, and he said, "I certainly have some concerns with the proposed legislation and would not feel comfortable in bringing about a patient's death. That is not why I went into medicine. I'm actively involved in palliative care and believe this is a passionate, compassionate, and crucial service to people near the end of their lives. Sometimes it's messy and life spills all over the floor. It seems to me that sometimes families want to avoid the challenge of lovingly caring for these individuals. Our society likes tidy, convenient outcomes. It seems to me that this is frequently the motive underlying assisted death." He said, "I would take great exception to legislation that would force me to refer someone on for assisted suicide against my conscience. I would certainly explain to the patient that there may be other physicians that would be willing to assist them in taking their lives." So that was certainly one of the very reputable physicians in the community that I represent. Again, in the roundtables, these roundtables were community members with support and against. We actually had an 80-year-old woman who came to a session, and she says, "I'm alone, I'm healthy, I'm happy, I don't have any family here, and if there came a time I want an option available for me, and I don't have to worry about family, it is strictly for something that I want for myself." Another constituent who joined us, she talked about being with her stepdad as he died, and being with her dad, and the very awful, tragic end that both of them had, in spite of the best palliative care that was available, how awful it was. And I think she would, the physician characterization that she would choose that in because it was tidy or because she didn't have the compassion, I think she would reject that statement. She was clearly willing to do whatever she needed to do to help her stepdad and her dad, but it was her stepdad and her dad who felt that they needed some better options. And then, of course, there was the conversation, probably one of the most emotional conversations, where someone said, "I respect your opinion on this issue, and I know that you believe it is wrong, but can you please respect mine? So again, that dialogue happening where there was a request that I respect your decision, but you need to also respect mine. So Mr. Speaker, I think this legislation needs some work. Certainly the commitment around palliative care is very, very minimal. We have to have the protection of the health conscience rights of our providers in this legislation. I think we really need to reflect on providing protection for those vulnerable who feel like they have a burden. I will support this legislation at second reading for 3 reasons. One, I believe that ultimately it will serve Canadians better than having a legal void. Right now, it appears that indications are a significant number, majority in my riding, do support the assisted suicide and euthanasia. And finally, of course, everyone reflects personally, and if I ever had a family member with ALS or another devastating disease and they said, I want to lie in my bed, listen to my music, look at the mountains, rather than palliative sedation at the end of my time, that's what I choose. And how could I not really support them in a request to escape intolerable pain and suffering?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, for her passionate speech and her experience on this file, being a medical professional, and the work, Madam Speaker, that she did with her constituents to come up with a decision to support this important bill, going through the second reading, taking it to the committee stage. I would ask the honourable member, through you, Madam Speaker, that with her medical professional experience and with her passion, would she be able to convince other members on the other side to support this bill so we have something concrete in place to help many individuals that she and other members personally have a compassion for.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, I respect that every member of this House has been dealing with this very difficult issue in their own way. They will make a vote tonight related to a whole number of factors. And again, I think a vote at third reading report stage that will reflect what happens and what comes out of committee. So, certainly I know that we all are talking about this important issue and reflecting on the grave responsibility that's been given to us.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my friend from Thompson Caribou. One of the things that's distressing me as we move to closure on this debate is the assertion that June 6 is a deadline that the House can't exceed. Now, it's very true that June 6 is a deadline. It cannot be moved. I accept that we can't go back to the Supreme Court and ask for more time. But to have full debate here and to avoid what I think is a trap set by opposition parties to get this new government to start repeating the anti-democratic mistakes in the House of using closure frequently, we are now getting into a situation where we must move under closure. My question to the honourable member is, does she agree with me that it might be possible to allow this debate to have gone properly and fully, even if there was a lacuna between when the current criminal code provisions were no longer legal and were removed from the criminal code, and when the new framework comes into place?
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I'm not a lawyer like many in this House, but as I understand, I was originally scheduled and I had understood debate was going to be going till midnight tonight, which would have allowed for a lot more debate on this particular issue. So I also know that, because I was there just a few days ago, that committee, although they cannot look at amendments yet, they are hearing from a lot of witnesses. So, to have sort of rushed into closure today when I had understood that there was goodwill on all House leaders' part. And again, I was looking forward to perhaps at 10 o'clock standing up and talking about this particular issue. I do feel privileged and honored that at least I had the opportunity as one of the last to stand up on second reading.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the leader in the House of Commons.
Yes.
Very brief answer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that it's just more so to respond to the leader of the Green Party's concern in regards to this whole June 6th. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I think that we need to look at is that at the end of the day, there would be a whole lot more vulnerability within the communities that we want to serve if we did nothing. The Supreme Court, 9 judges, unanimously said that we needed to have and fill a void. The government, along with the support of members of all political parties, from it crosses the party line, many individuals have recognized the need for that that legislation. My question to the member, Mr.
Sorry, in order for the member to answer, we have to give her some time. So the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, a very brief answer, please.
You can make it very brief. One of my rationales for supporting its second reading is the statement that I thought it might be better to have no void in terms of a legislation, but certainly defer my final decision until third reading and report stage.
Before we resume debate, I just want to remind the member from North Okanagan, Shuswap, that he'll only have a few minutes because we will have to end debate on this here as the time will have expired. So North Okanagan, Shuswap, and I'll give you a little signal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I feel very fortunate to be able to rise to speak to this issue today. Unfortunately, as you've mentioned, I won't have the full time that I was hoping to be able to speak fully on this issue, especially on the behalf of the constituents that have continuously contacted me in my office with their concerns over this issue. And I also feel unfortunate for those members who have no ability to speak on this bill because of the closure that was forced upon us by this Liberal government. An issue of this importance should not be forced upon closure like it has done today. This needs to be fully debated to the fullest extent. And I'm appalled at the other side for what they've done to us here. We need to fully consider all of the implications of what's being presented in this bill. There are so many details that are missing in the definitions and in the possibilities down the road. And I want to relate a personal story here that expresses why I'm so concerned about what's missing and why I want to make sure all of the safeguards possible are put place into this bill. A few years ago, I had the honor and the burden of being the authorized representative for my mother in the final years of her life. She was, her health was gradually degrading through dementia and diabetes to the point where it was getting difficult to have just a regular conversation with her. And in fact, in the final few months, it got to the point where she knew what a telephone was, but she didn't know to answer it when it rang or to how to dial it anymore. Having done that for decades, she could no longer associate what to do with the telephone. But after 3 or 4 months of that, just before Christmas, she became quite ill with a flu. We weren't sure if she was going to be able to pull through or not. Whatever that illness did to her and in her state of dementia, we're not sure. But we were fortunate enough to visit with her on Boxing Day. We went in to see her. She had fully fluent and cohesive conversations with us. But not only that, earlier in the day, she had picked up the telephone and phoned every one of my 5 siblings from memory, all of their phone numbers, something that she had not been able to do for months. So right now, many people will look at dementia and some of these degenerative diseases as being incurable. But that day, that very short period of time, proved to me that that's not always the case.
1 minute, Mel. The Liberals have shut
So
you down.
when we are considering this bill, this is something that we really need to consider, every last one of us as members of Parliament, because we are making a decision that is going to impact not just us in this House, but the physicians and the caregivers that are out there dealing with these patients and with possibly many, many lives down the road. So I'm implored that we have closure on this today, and I certainly hope that what goes to committee and comes back does not open the floodgates to all the dangerous slippery slope that we see down the road. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the time.
I apologize for not giving you enough time, but it being 5:45, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that the question be now put.
Adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les nays.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion.
Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is on the previous question at the second reading stage of Bill C-14. Ms. Pettipas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Lemeroux, moved that this question be now put. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrooge.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr.
Mr. Tuntu.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Allisley.
Ms. Allisley.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendes.
Madame Mendes.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould. Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dama.
Ms. Dama.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé. Avignon-la-Métis. Matane. Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé. Avignon, La Métis, Matane,
Mr. May.
Matapédia.
Cambridge.
Mr. May. Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon. Coquitlam. Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod. Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller. Ville-Marie. Le Sud-Ouest. Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Serry.
Ms. Shanahan.
Ms. Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsquey, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Rake.
Ms. Rake.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts. Scott.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loon.
Van Loon.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Worthington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Davies, correction.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Madame
River.
Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 141, 141.
Declare the motion carried. The next question is as follows. Madame Wilson-Raybould, appuyée par Madame...
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Ms. Leboutier, moved that Bill C-14, an act to amend the criminal code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay.
Mon avis.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Mormon.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Bryden.
Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaika.
Ms. Mahaika.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpolagia.
Mr. Scarpolagia.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice Ladd.
Ms. Alice Ladd.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Dugan.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, la petite nation.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, la petite nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damas.
Ms. Damas.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregiscato.
Mr. Fregiscato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Joe Harry.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Mascou, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikand.
Mr. Sikand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemins Lévis.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Choquet.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich, Gulf Island.
Ms. May Saanich, Gulf Island.
Those opposed will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr.
Mr.
Poiliev.
Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore. Yeas pour 235, 235. Nays contre 75, 75.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill,
The Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And I remind honorable members that the standing orders provide members are not to make noise during a vote. It being 6:37 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Second bill C-233, the National Strategy for Alzheimer's Disease, standing in the name of Mr. Nicholson.
Order. I encourage members to take their conversations behind the curtains, or even better, out into the lobbies. Order. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Oliphant, moves that Bill C-233, an act respecting a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise in this House today to formally introduce my private member's bill C-233, an act respecting a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. The title of the bill says it all, Mr. Speaker. It calls upon parliamentarians to enact legislation for a national coordinated program for what has been termed Canada's invisible killer. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the member from Don Valley West for supporting this bill. The member told me that when he was a United Church minister, he spent a great deal of time working with families who are wrestling with this disease. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to note the contribution of the former member of the New Democrat Party, Claude Gravel, for his excellent work on this issue. Mr. Speaker, Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia transcend partisanship. This disease affects over 700,000 Canadians. It's estimated that if nothing changes in terms of a strategic approach, that number will increase to 1.4 million Canadians by the year 2031. Mr. Speaker, those figures are staggering. It's heartening to know that in matters of great concern to Canadians and their families, we can work together. Madam Speaker, this cooperation will lead to positive health outcomes for families across this country. No one is immune from this terrible disease. It brings to mind the late President Ronald Reagan. The former leader of one of the most powerful, wealthy nations on earth could not be safeguarded from the ravages of Alzheimer's. On November 5th, 1994, the 40th President of the United States addressed the American people by writing in part, quote, "Now I begin the journey that will lead me into the sunset of my life," end quote. That journey took 10 painful years. His loving wife, Nancy, referred to it as the long goodbye. Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that no one should have to witness the slow and painful deterioration of a loved one or family member suffering from this cruel illness. For too many Canadians, they endure the long goodbye. My own father, Robert Nicholson, whom I cherish deeply, passed away from the complications due to Alzheimer's in 1997. And witnessing his decline in health was, needless to say, extremely difficult for everyone who knew and loved him. It saddens me to say that so many other Canadians have a similar story to share. Today, I am joined by many of my colleagues in this House who have dealt with or are dealing with a family member, a friend or a loved one suffering from Alzheimer's or one of the varying forms of dementia. We all understand the emotional impact of this disease on Canadian families. As journalist Candy Crowley said, "I want to tell you how much I miss my mother. Bits of her are still there. I miss her most when I am sitting right across from her," end of quote. As Canada's population ages, the consequences of not dealing with this issue worsen. Madam Speaker, this bill proposes to establish a national dementia strategy that will improve the lives of those living with this disease as well as their family and friends. It does so in a way that ensures the autonomy of the provinces and territories. This strategy would encourage greater investment in all areas and have the objective of improving present circumstances of people with Alzheimer's and other dementias by decreasing the burden on Canadian society. It would seek to assist the provinces in developing and disseminating diagnostic and treatment guidelines based on new research. All of these measures have been thoroughly considered to ensure the successful passage of this legislation. You will note that this bill does not include restrictive timelines or financial criteria. Again, this was a deliberate intention in order to remove any potential barriers, such as the need for a royal recommendation. Simply put, this bill is crafted for implementation, achievement of key deliverables, and ultimately its passage at third reading in the House. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the objective is to enact legislation that will serve to provide solutions and assist those who suffer with Alzheimer's or dementia, in addition to aiding family members and caregivers. Madam Speaker, it's commonly believed that dementia is a normal part of aging. This is a fallacy. Dementias can occur in people as young as 40 or 50 years of age, thus affecting them in the most productive years. While dementia is not a normal part of growing old, age is still the biggest factor. After 65, the risk of getting Alzheimer's or dementia doubles every 5 years, and 3 out of 4 Canadians know someone living with dementia. We still do not understand the cause, nor do we have a cure. Canada has already agreed to work with neighbouring nations to address this issue. In order to fulfill that mandate, we must develop a strategy to combat the disease here at home. I want to share the story about one Canadian family that suffered from Alzheimer's. Norma died of Alzheimer's 3 years ago today in Carleton, Ontario. She had the disease for 7 years. Her daughter recalls not being sure if her mother recognized who she was or even if she was aware that she was there. After her mother's funeral, a family friend delivered a letter to her along with a bouquet. She had helped Norma craft it while she was still able to say yes, and it read in part, "My dearest, this is a note to thank you for all your help during the last few years. We were always close, friends even, but during my illness we grew even closer. I know you bore the brunt of my daily care, not physical but emotional. You were always kind and attentive, making sure I was comfortable. Thank you, thank you. I appreciated everything. Role reversal is a funny thing. As your mother, I was proud of you as my daughter. As I grew weaker, you grew stronger, strong enough for both of us. Remember, my love for you is never ending, and I will always be with you. Love, Mom." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, almost all of us can relate to this letter. It illustrates just how important family members and caregivers are. We owe it to all Canadians and their families struggling to care for loved ones with Alzheimer's, adequate support, treatment options, and early diagnosis. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge and thank the Alzheimer's Society of Canada for their unwavering support of this bill. I've consulted with them and met with members of the organization a number of times during the course of preparing this bill. That's because we need to get it right from the start. The Alzheimer's Society provides information, resources, education support, and counseling to family members and loved ones. The Society is the leading not-for-profit health organization in Canada working nationwide to improve the quality of life for Canadians affected by Alzheimer's diseases and other dementias and advance the search for the cause and cure. Their mandate aligns with the mandate of Bill C-233. The Alzheimer's Society has stated that it was pleased to see parties working together to address the scourge of dementia. It urged all members of Parliament to get behind the bill, suggesting a national strategy focused on research, prevention, and improved care is the only solution to tackling the impact of the disease. I, too, invite all honourable members in this House to stand shoulder to shoulder in support of this legislation. It's the right thing to do for our friends, for our neighbours, for our parents, and for loved ones across our nation. It's the right thing to do for the global community as a whole. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it is right. Simply put, Madam Speaker, it is the right thing to do to pass this legislation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments made by the member, and I think he's hit it right on in the sense that this is one of those diseases that draws a great deal of attention, justifiably so, and support from all sides of the House, and not only of the House of Commons, but also through the Senate as we see this bill before us today. And I guess maybe what I would look for him to provide some comment on is he's given a fairly good descriptive from his thoughts and reflections on the legislation. We've had a lot of talk over the last number of hours and days in regards to the whole issue of palliative care. And I'm wondering if you might want to provide some of those thoughts in terms of the important role that those healthcare professionals play in assisting with this particular disease and hopefully someday be coming up with a cure for it.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. I mean, the healthcare professionals in this country do an outstanding job, do everything they can to assist patients and to assist families and to get them through these difficult times. They see firsthand the ravages of a disease like Alzheimer's. They see it on a regular basis, and I know that they are among those Canadians and they join with all the rest of us who want to see progress made in this area. Madam Speaker, I mean, one of the great things that certainly I have seen in my lifetime are the changes that have been made and the progress that has been made, and I think everyone will join with me in telling and saying that yes, we want to make progress and we can do that.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my honourable colleague pointed out in his speech, of course, it was the NDP that first introduced to this House a proposal to create a national strategy for dementia. In 2012, former NDP MP Claude Gravel, the great member for Nickel Belt at that time, introduced Bill C-356 prescribing a national dementia strategy in Parliament. And that bill provided a comprehensive and cutting-edge plan for a national strategy to deal with Alzheimer's and other dementia. Unfortunately, that bill was defeated at second reading in May 2015 by a single vote, 140 to 139, and the bill was opposed by a majority of Conservative MPs, Bloc MPs, and critically, as it turned out, a single Liberal MP who failed to stand for the vote. But my question is this. I must mention that inexplicably, the member for Niagara Falls, the sponsor of the bill before the House today, voted against that bill by the NDP to establish a national plan for dementia. And I'm just wondering if you could stand in this House and explain to Canadians why he opposed that bill that would have brought such a great plan to Canadians a year earlier than his bill today.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
I'd be glad to do that, Madam Speaker, that while I had every sympathy and indeed empathy with respect to the whole area of doing something with Alzheimer's, I had a number of issues with the bill. I felt it was too prescriptive. The timelines were unrealistic. I believe that ultimately it would need a royal recommendation and that it might get tossed out. But that being said, I never forgot in fact that this had been introduced in the House of Commons, and indeed when I had the opportunity I had to look at it very carefully myself. And as the member will see, we made changes to make it show that it's not too prescriptive on the health minister, and that in fact it will avoid having to have a royal recommendation. So I think it was an improvement, it was a change, but nonetheless I have been very clear on every occasion that I have spoke with this, and I have raised the name of the member for the NDP, Claude Gravel, on this, and I've indicated his interest on this and the motion that he brought before Parliament, and indeed I'm hoping that this will now have the support of everyone.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is a great privilege today to rise in support of Bill C-233, an act respecting a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. I, of course, would like to commend the honourable member from Niagara Falls. We were speaking earlier today, and he hasn't had opportunities to bring private members' bills as a member of government for many years, and I am very both pleased and proud to be part of this effort that he is engaged in, and glad that sometimes it is the right time to do the right bill, and I believe that he has spotted this as the right time to do the right bill. I also want to, as he did, acknowledge the tremendous work of the former member for Nickel Belt, Claude Gravel. He had inspiration, he had tenacity, and he had everything right that he was doing in that bill for that time. And however, it did not pass, and I think that we have now got a chance to have a better bill and take this bill and to ensure that Canada has the appropriate strategy to deal with dementia and Alzheimer's. I also want to begin by talking very personally about my friend and my former administrator when I was a United Church minister at Eglinton St. George's United Church in Toronto. Her name is Marion Ritchie. And Marion, while she was working with us in the church, recognized that there were many people facing both dementia in their own lives and were living as caregivers with people who were suffering either early signs or even advanced signs of dementia. Marion decided to chronicle the life that she had eventually with her husband Edwin, and she wrote a book called The Long Way Home. Similar to The Long Goodbye, The Long Way Home chronicles Edwin's decline from simple mistakes in grammar or vocabulary to finally, eventually having a complete change in personality, not recognizing his family, his friends, and not being able to engage in everyday life. This book was profoundly moving for me as it was non-medical. It wasn't from a professional. It was a book simply written to inspire, to comfort, and to encourage people who had family members who were suffering from Alzheimer's disease. I haven't had the opportunity to do something legislatively about Alzheimer's, and I'm so pleased that the member for Niagara Falls has given me that opportunity and has given every member of this House the opportunity to come together to form a national strategy on dementia and Alzheimer's, and to ensure that we have a unified approach to this disease and begin to make important steps at making a difference in the lives of people like Edwin and Marion. There is a real cost to dementia. It is an individual cost that people find in their families, as well as a cost to society. Right now, there is estimated over 700,000 people in Canada with dementia, including Alzheimer's. That is expected to perhaps double in the next 20 years as our population ages. And even though age in and of itself is not a cause for dementia, it is part of it. And there are other root causes for dementia, but we still have research that is absolutely necessary so that we begin to understand how it is that we can address this problem. As everyone in this chamber knows, there is no cure for dementia. We continue to wait for new drugs, new treatments, and new understandings of the brain itself. In that, I'd also like to pay great tribute to the Alzheimer's Society of Canada. It is one of several patient organizations and health charities that are working on this important issue. And I want to name two people, Mimi Lowy-Young, who is their CEO, and Debbie Benskowski, who is the number two and already runs the operation. These two women have been advocates on this disease and for people with it for many years. And I think tonight in the chamber, we recognize that often people who work in health charities and work with patients are driving some of the things that Parliament is often behind on. Last year, the World Health Organization declared that dementias are a public health priority requiring international action. This past October, health ministers at the Pan American Health Organization approved an action plan in response to the predicted rise in dementia cases across the hemisphere over the next 20 years. Among other actions, the Pan American Plan encourages member countries, including Canada, to improve and invest in research and treatments for dementias. Most recently here at home, one of the recommendations of the Special Joint Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying was to establish a national strategy on dementia. I think that's important, given the vote that we just had in this House, to recognize that end-of-life care is complex. And that report that I was proud to be a part of looked at the need to have a continuum of care. We needed to be sure we had better palliative care. We had to have better mental health strategies. We have to have better dementia care, and we have to always be sensitive to specific populations and how they are going to respond to end-of-life situations. So tonight, we are continuing on in that process and ensuring that we have the opportunity to have the very best state-of-the-art national dementia strategy of any country in the world. I also want to say, though, that we're not starting from nothing in this position in Canada. And I want to even commend the previous government for its work in dementia strategy. And it is not as though we have been doing nothing on this. The reality is that over the last 10 years, the Government of Canada has invested almost $300 million on dementia-related research through the CIHR, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research. We've had many partnerships. We are attempting to do parts of the work all around this country. What this piece of legislation does is attempts to bring them together in a national strategy so that we can form a partnership with research, with caregivers, with people living with dementia, patient groups, with experts, take international evidence, bring them together to ensure that our Minister of Health, our Department of Health, have the best resources available to ensure we have the best possible care. I'm encouraged that members on this side of the House, as I believe members on the other side of the House and all parties, are supportive of this bill. I have been hearing positive stories from each one of them, often told with stories from their own lives. They have had a parent or a partner, or they themselves have characteristics that they are worried about dementia in their own lives. And I think that we have a chance with this bill to do something historic and to come together to say that there is the possibility that provinces and territories and the federal government, that researchers and clinicians and patients together with civil society can have the best strategy possible. This bill, I think, is interesting in that it acknowledges the shared jurisdiction of the federal government and the provinces and territories. It is very clear that the delivery of health care is going to be happening at the provincial and territorial level. We are not in any way stepping on anyone's jurisdictional toes with this piece of legislation. Rather, the legislation allows the federal government, or calls upon the federal government, to consult with provinces and territories to ensure that we have the best care and know that the provinces and territories have an important part to play in this national conversation. It also pushes us at research. If there's anything that we need to acknowledge, it's that the brain is the most complicated organ in the body. I'm very proud that in Don Valley West, we have Sunnybrook Health Sciences, Sunnybrook Hospital, which is attempting to draw together with partner organizations, and there are others like Baycrest in Toronto and others across the country, bringing research, clinical expertise, and patient experience together. This bill will actually foster that information, not only top-down, but also bottom-up. We can learn from the people who are working with this every day to ensure that we have the best resources provided, we have the best research happening, and that we take the steps that Canada can be a leader in the world. I want to close by telling you about another story from my church. One of the projects that we did at Eglinton St. George's was to form a corporation that built a housing project in Toronto called Ewart Angus Homes. This is one of those creative housing projects that involved having market housing and housing for seniors, as well as 2 floors of care for people with Alzheimer's and dementia. It was just one example of people getting together to say they needed to be a caring society. If we're going to walk with people to the end of their lives, we have to have the best supports for them, the best medical research, the best care for their caregivers, and the best laws in place, the best programs in place to ensure that our country is that leader. Again, I want to thank the member for Niagara Falls for the opportunity to second this bill, and I want to encourage every member to read it, as sometimes we forget to do, and to be sure that engage in the conversation on this bill, and we look forward to your support of it. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today as health critic for the New Democratic Party to speak to Bill C-233 and the urgent need to address the impact of dementias and Alzheimer's disease on patients, families, communities, and our public health care system. Dementia disease is a progressive, degenerative disorder that attacks nerve cells in the brain, resulting in loss of memory, thinking and language skills, and behavioral changes. The disease forms lesions in the brain cells of patients, causing nerve connections to sever and nerve cells to die. Alzheimer's is the most common form of dementia, which is a general term used to describe a group of symptoms such as loss of memory, language, motor skills, and other brain functions. Alzheimer's is not part of the normal process of aging and currently has no cure. Bill C-233 calls for the development and implementation of a national and comprehensive strategy to improve health care delivered to persons suffering from Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. This bill prescribes a number of elements that must be included in the national strategy, including greater investment in research, the establishment of national objectives for care, coordination with international bodies that fight dementias, assistance to provinces and territories to improve treatment, strengthen prevention and early intervention, and disseminate best practices. As prescribed in the bill, the details and benchmarks for these elements would be determined at a conference convened by the Minister with multi-stakeholder representation. New Democrats have long believed that Canada needs an ambitious and comprehensive national dementia strategy to improve care for the hundreds of thousands of Canadians suffering from forms of dementia and to better support their families and caregivers. As Mimi Lowy-Young, CEO of the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, has said, by implementing a strategy, we will be able to enhance research efforts, raise awareness about the disease, provide support for people with dementia and their caregivers, identify best practices for care, and improve surveillance of the disease. Particularly as Canada's population ages, we must prepare our healthcare systems and our communities for the inevitable rise in the number of Canadians suffering from dementia. To paraphrase Tommy Douglas, the father of Medicare and a New Democrat, only through the practice of prevention will we keep healthcare costs from becoming excessive. And the need is pressing. Recently, the former head of the Canadian Medical Association, Dr. Chris Simpson, said this: "Our acute care hospitals are overflowing with patients, often dementia patients, awaiting long-term care placement. Our long-term care facilities are understaffed, underspaced, and under-equipped to care for our most vulnerable seniors. This leaves patients and their families in limbo, struggling to fill these gaps in our system." Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the need for national leadership is urgent. Few Canadians are untouched by these diseases that often have shattering impacts on families. The struggle to cope with the deterioration of mental faculties and the loss of memory can be overwhelming and heartbreaking. According to the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, that disease and other dementias now directly affect 750,000 Canadian patients. This number is expected to double to 1.4 million by 2031. Current dementia-related costs, both direct medical costs and indirect lost earnings, have reached $33 billion per year in Canada, and they are projected to soar to $293 billion by 2040. Currently, the burden of care for patients with dementia and Alzheimer's falls primarily on family members. In Canada, family caregivers spend an estimated 444 million unpaid hours per year caring for dementia patients, representing $11 billion in lost income and 227,000 lost full-time equivalent employees to our workforce. If nothing changes, by 2040, it is estimated that family caregivers in Canada will spend over 1 billion unpaid hours every year providing care. These numbers, Madam Speaker, are staggering. Taken alone, they make the case for our desperate need for national leadership. Canadians overwhelmingly agree. A recent NANO survey revealed that 83% of Canadians say they want Canada to develop a national plan to address these diseases. We mustn't forget that dementia also has a disproportionate impact on Canadian women. According to the Women's Brain Health Initiative of Canada, women represent 62% of dementia cases and 70% of new Alzheimer's cases, putting them at the epicenter of a growing health issue. In addition to this, women are nearly twice as likely as men to succumb to dementia and 2.5 times more likely to be providing care for someone with the disease. Unfortunately, Canada is now one of the last developed countries in the world without a national strategy to address dementia. We have fallen behind countries such as the US, UK, Norway, France, Netherlands, and Australia, all of whom have coordinated national plans in place. In Vancouver Kingsway, I've heard countless heartbreaking stories about the impacts of Alzheimer's and dementia on my constituents. Many cannot afford quality home care for their parents or face long delays in accessing long-term care facilities. Many do not even have access to the resources or information they need to make important decisions as they witness the cognitive degeneration of a loved one. I've heard stories from personal care workers, nurses and physicians who report emergency wards that are overwhelmed with patients, long-term care facilities that are understaffed, and long, grueling hours for caregivers, often working for low pay in the homes of dementia patients. These stories underscore the need for leadership in this chamber. Now, as New Democrats, we are proud of our long history of leadership on health care, and specifically dementia care. In fact, it was the NDP that first introduced to this House a proposal to create a national strategy for dementia. In 2012, former NDP MP Claude Gravel introduced Bill C-356, prescribing a national dementia strategy in Parliament. That bill provided a comprehensive and cutting-edge plan for a national strategy to deal with Alzheimer's and dementias. Unfortunately, that bill was defeated at second reading in May 2015 by a single vote, 140 to 139. The bill was opposed by a majority of Conservative MPs, Bloc MPs, and critically, as it turned out, a single Liberal MP who failed to stand for the vote. Conversely, our New Democrat caucus voted unanimously in favour of Mr. Gravel's bill. And again, I must mention that inexplicably, the member for Niagara Falls, the sponsor of the bill before this House today, voted against that national dementia strategy just one short year ago. Now, most charitably, I might say that wisdom comes so seldomly that it ought not to be rejected because it comes late. Less diplomatically, I might say that the honourable member owes Canadians an explanation and an apology for defeating the very concept that he proposes be adopted here today. What is indisputable is that if that House had followed New Democrat official opposition leadership in the last Parliament, Canadians would have a national dementia strategy in place right now. And Canadians would not have lost precious time, something especially important to those suffering from a progressive illness. Madam Speaker, New Democrats do not take lightly the opportunity to move forward with a national strategy for dementia. We believe this bill must be crafted correctly to ensure the best possible outcome for patients, their families, and caregivers. While we support Bill C-233, it is less ambitious in its scope and implementation provisions than the former Bill C-356, the New Democrat bill. Important differences between those bills include an absence of any provision to augment volunteerism for dementia and Alzheimer's-related causes, no remuneration of advisory board members, only one public report required from the minister versus the yearly progress reports prescribed in the former NDP bill. Now, New Democrats will work at committee stage to bring about meaningful and substantive amendments to this bill to strengthen the final product. Canadians deserve no less than the best national Alzheimer's and dementia strategy possible. New Democrats have a long and proud history of advocating for federal leadership on healthcare issues. In fact, we invented it. It is critical that in a country like ours, the federal government work to ensure that all Canadians have access to the healthcare they need, no matter where they live, no matter what their income, and no matter their background. New Democrats stood alone in this House unanimously for a national dementia strategy in 2015. We will stand unanimously in this House in 2016 and work so that every Canadian family, and every caregiver can have a world-class dementia strategy, as the NDP has fought for the last 5 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm honoured to rise as the former Minister of State for Seniors to speak to Bill C-233, National Strategy on Alzheimer's Disease and Other Dementias. This bill is specifically close to my heart because the fact that 25% of my constituents in my riding of Richmond Centre are seniors. I would like to thank the member for Niagara Falls for bringing forward this very important bill, and my the Liberal MP who sponsors this. C-233 provides for the development and implementation of a national strategy for the health care of persons afflicted with Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. Madam Speaker, this bill is what Canadians are asking for. The Alzheimer's Society and other seniors organizations are very supportive of this bill. Mimi Lowy Young, CEO of the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, had this to say about Bill C-233, and I quote, "We all need to get behind this bill. We strongly believe that a national dementia strategy that focuses on research, prevention, and improved care is the only solution to tackling the devastating impact of this disease. We're ready to collaborate with our federal, provincial, and territorial partners to make this a reality." End of quote. According to Alzheimer's Society research, 83% of Canadians have said they want a national dementia strategy. Here is a summary of the issue. Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia are progressive, degenerative, and eventually fatal. They impair memory, judgment, and the ability to reason, think, and process information. Changes in personality and behavior also result from dementia. Currently, 747,000 Canadians have some form of dementia. This number is expected to nearly double to 1.4 million in less than 20 years. 3 out of 4 Canadians, that means 74%, know someone living with dementia. As Canada's population ages, the number of Canadians diagnosed with these diseases is expected to double within a generation. Research, collaboration, and partnerships remain the key to finding a cure, and early diagnosis and support for treatment can lead to positive health outcomes for people with any form of dementia. Early diagnosis also has a positive impact on the family and friends who provide care for them. The Government of Canada, in consultation with the ministers responsible for the delivery of health services in each province and territory, should encourage the development of a national strategy for the care of people living with Alzheimer's disease or other forms of dementia, as well as their families and caregivers. What is dementia? Dementia is a difficult disease, but it doesn't define the person who has it. People with dementia are people first. They can lead happy and vital lives for a long time, especially when the right care, support, and understanding is in place. Timely diagnosis is important. It opens the door to treatment and connects people with the disease and their families with helpful resources like the Alzheimer's Society. While there is no guarantee, Canadians can reduce their risk of dementia by eating a healthy, heart-healthy diet, doing more physical activity, trying, learning new things, staying social, quitting smoking, and watching their vitals. My next question is, who is at risk? The answer is largely seniors. While dementia is not a part of growing old, age is still the biggest risk factor. After 65, the risk doubles every 5 years. Seniors represent the fastest growing segment of the Canadian population. Today, 1 in 6 Canadians is a senior. In 40 years, 1 in 4 Canadians will be a senior. That has already happened in my own writing. Dementia also occurs in people in their 40s and 50s, in their most productive years. As of 2008, there were 71,000 Canadians aged 65 and younger, and 50,000 Canadians aged 50 and under living with dementia. What is the impact on families and the economy? For every person with dementia, 2 or more family members provide direct care. The progression of dementia varies from person to person. In some cases, it can last up to 20 years. Because of its progression, caregivers will eventually provide 24/7 care. In 2011, family caregivers spent 440 million hours. 444 million hours, that's a great number, representing $11 billion in lost income and about 230,000 full-time jobs. By 2040, caregivers will be providing 1.2 billion hours of care per year. Dementia is a costly disease, draining $33 billion per year from our economy. By 2040, it will be $293 billion per year. That also explained why, when I was still in the office looking after seniors, we created the portal in the website called seniors.ca, specifically for family caregivers and the kind of awareness and the help that is available. I'm glad that it's still there, and please go to that website. However, more needs to be done. Madam Speaker, there's a great need for a strategy including awareness and research. Here are the reasons. It's commonly believed that dementia is a normal part of aging. It's not. But this kind of attitude means too many Canadians are diagnosed too late, and caregivers seek help when they are in crisis mode. We still don't fully understand the causes, nor do we have a cure. Effective treatments are lacking, and there's no proven prevention. Dementia can be lying dormant in the brain for up to 25 years before symptoms appear. Alzheimer's disease is the most common form of dementia. It accounts for over 2/3 of dementia cases in Canada today. I also like to thank the sponsor of this bill for acknowledging that the former government has already got the ball rolling, that we did do a lot of work in research, like the longitudinal study, which ranges for a period of time following people from the age of 45 to 65 at every step, so that someday that useful data will help us to find out where and why the dementia, including in this kind of brain disease, will be detected, and hopefully we'll be able to generate good ideas for cure. Of course, we've been asked the question why we did not support the former bill. I think my colleague has already mentioned that. It is not important just to get the bill passed, but we wanted the right bill passed, which is also very good in a sense that it can be carried. I do not wish to actually list out all the things which we cannot do under that bill. However, I'm so glad that we are able to do it now, because now we have time to really consult the general public. So, in conclusion, the national strategy will have to ask the minister or designated officials to work with representatives of the provinces and territories to develop and implement a comprehensive national strategy to address all aspects of Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. I strongly encourage every member of parliament to support Bill C-233. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about Bill C-233, an act respecting a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Niagara Falls for introducing the bill, and the member from Don Valley West for his continued advocacy on this very important public policy. Dementia is an issue that is close to the hearts of many Canadians, including my own. Indeed, Madam Speaker, many of my honourable colleagues know someone who's living with dementia or who is providing care and support to a friend or family member with dementia. This is a piece of legislation that I'm pleased to inform the House that the government will support. And I would like to take this opportunity to speak about our government's efforts on this very noble cause. As the population ages, Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia are expected to increase. Canadians are concerned about how they will care for and support for their loved ones should this happen to them. Fundamentally, we ask ourselves, how can we, as a country, do more to address the challenges presented by dementia? And are we doing enough? Living with dementia means progressively losing the things that we hold most dear: memories, independence, communicating with others, and doing the activities that we enjoy most. Over time, independent living and daily routines become more challenging. As the title of Bill C-233 suggests, there are many types of dementia. Alzheimer's disease is the most common cause of dementia, accounting for approximately 60% of all dementia cases. Other types, such as vascular dementia, which can result from strokes and other cardiovascular problems, also needs our attention. Recent estimates indicate that about 395,000 Canadians, 40 years and older, have dementia. Due to the aging population, this number is expected to double by 2031. Similarly, direct health sector costs are projected to double to $16.6 billion by 2031. Unfortunately, currently there's no cure for dementia and no treatment that will stop its progression. It is important to understand that dementia is not a normal consequence of aging, as stated by my other colleagues. It can result from a variety of diseases and conditions. The frequency with which the issue of dementia comes to our attention speaks to the importance to Canadians. In calling for the development and implementation of a national dementia strategy, Bill C-233 entails a number of complex activities that require close cooperation with the provinces and territories. Clearly, addressing the significant public health challenges posed by dementia requires cooperation between all levels of government as well as with the other sectors of society. With a national strategy in and of itself does not guarantee success or progress, we are committed to advancing this work in a manner that this will be meaningful for hundreds of thousands of Canadians affected by dementia. This is consistent with the concrete steps we have already taken to address the pressing issue. We're treating dementia as a priority. Bill C-233 aligns closely with much of the work currently underway. At the federal level, we're developing an in-depth action plan that sets out federal goals, guiding principles, and priority areas of action, as well as current initiatives and future directions to guide our efforts and investments on dementia. Our action plan will be released shortly, and it will help us mobilize even more partnerships and actions on dementia. I know the Minister looks forward to discussing this in the future in coming weeks and months ahead. I would like to share with you some of the federal investments and initiatives well underway to advance collective efforts on dementia. Many of these initiatives involve the public, private, and non-for-profit sectors, including different levels of government within Canada and other countries. Budget 2016 extended funding for the Canada Brain Research Fund with up to an additional $20 million over the next 3 years. Established by the Brain Canada Foundation with government support, this fund leverages matching funding from private donors and charitable contributions to support collaborative, multidisciplinary brain health and brain disorder research projects, including on Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. In addition, through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, the Government of Canada has invested over $297 million in dementia-related research. The Canadian Consortium on Neurodegeneration and Aging is supported by government and partner funding of $32.1 million over 5 years. Partners include the health research organizations of several provinces. By combining scientific talent and funding, we can accelerate discoveries and their use to benefit Canadians. The international component, the International Collaborative Research Strategy for Alzheimer's Disease, facilitates Canada's participation in key international partnerships and has over $14 million in commitment investments between 2010 and 2019. Surveillance activities are also being strengthened. As an outcome of the Public Health Agency of Canada's collaboration with the neurological health charities and researchers, the first comprehensive analysis of the rates of neurological conditions and their impacts on families and communities was developed. We're providing also $42 million over the next 5 years to Baycrest Health Sciences to help establish the Canadian Centre of Aging and Brain Health Innovation. Funding for the centre will support the development, testing, and scale-up of products and services that will have a positive impact on aging Canadians with a focus on those living with dementia. Similarly, through the Networks of Centres of Excellence program, the government is supporting the Age Well Network with a total investments of $36.6 million from 2014 to 2019. In collaboration with the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, Dementia Friends Canada is receiving an investment of more than $2 million over 2 years. This digital engagement campaign targets individuals where they live and work to increase understanding of what it is to live with dementia and how those affected can be better supported in day-to-day activities. We're cognizant that while a national dementia strategy can help guide Canadian efforts, it cannot replace the need for integrating dementia into a comprehensive approach to health and healthcare. Our government appreciates that Bill C-233 continues to bring attention to the challenges presented by dementia and the need for collaboration. While legislation is not required to support pan-Canadian action or strategies, it can serve to highlight a matter of significant importance to Canadians. Bringing Alzheimer's disease and dementia more fully in our collective consciousness and mobilizing action on a topic of such profound importance to Canadians is a goal that we all share. While Bill C-233, as drafted, presents some challenges for implementation, the importance of the issue at hand cannot be overstated. Mr. Speaker, dementia is a significant public health challenge, and that it will continue to be a priority for our government. Considering the significant federal investments in the dementia and current discussions with the provinces and territories towards a new health accord, it can be stated with assurance that a comprehensive approach to addressing dementia, as well as other intersecting chronic diseases and healthy aging overall, is well underway. I'm convinced that we're moving in a right direction, and I'm inspired by what we can continue to accomplish together. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to note that I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak about this very important issue, and I encourage my honourable colleagues to support Bill C-233 as it aligns with the current federal direction of Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise and speak about the Alzheimer's strategy and other dementias, particularly considering that I had the opportunity to speak to my colleague's bill, Claude Gravez, who was the member for Nickel Belt, and he was a dear friend of mine. And I say hello to him if he's following this debate. I think that this is an essential issue. If we take my riding, for example, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, cognitive problems and memory problems affect 15% of the population. So in 2012, it represented 22,000 people. And if we look at people who are suffering from Alzheimer and other diseases, we're talking about 3,300 people in Abitibi-Témiscamingue alone. If we look at projections to 2031, The population that is over 65 would be beyond 40,000. So we might think that people suffering from Alzheimer and other dementias would affect some 6,400 people in my riding. So obviously, with those kinds of figures, we can only realize the importance of having a true national strategy for Alzheimer's and other dementias. It's important because Alzheimer's is a sickness, an illness, where people will often be sick for years, 10, 15, 20 years at times, which can mean that there will be treatments that will have to be offered over a number of years. There can be long periods of time in hospital, and we all realize that a stay in hospital is something that is very expensive for society. So having a national strategy for Alzheimer's allows people to perhaps stay longer at home, to ensure perhaps that families will be able to live more harmoniously all together, and they'll be able to grow up with their family members and have a multi-generational household. There are many opportunities in terms of the National Alzheimer's Strategy to allow us to deal with this phenomenon, and it could allow us to grow much more harmoniously. Having someone suffering from Alzheimer's in one's family is not an easy thing. Often at the beginning of the illness, there are periods of time where there are memory losses, but then other times where the person realizes more what's happening to them, and often there's a great deal of anger when they realize what their deficits are, and there's a lot of negativity. So the beginnings of this illness is really not an easy time for the nearest and dearest. People lose their sense of security, and once the diagnosis has been established, more and more often it becomes complicated because we want to keep family members at home, but constant monitoring is necessary. It's a bit like, how can I put this, having a child at home, but with the strength of a man, and what that can bring about as a consequence is difficult. So obviously for family members, this can be really difficult to live with. Often they become exhausted, particularly if you think about the number of years that this can stretch out over. Also, the difficulty of accessing services. Oftentimes people are on waiting lists for placements that can take months or even years before places become available in the specialized centers. And of course, in those centers, there's the whole challenge of dealing with healthcare services. It's not like at home. Many of these centers like to have an approach that seems more like a family environment for families. But once again, it's far from perfect. There are many things that they do for these people. It's not like at home, whether it's an issue of meals or just the way in which things are done. And oftentimes what's really difficult for families is that progressively the patients forget about the very existence of other family members. So mothers forget their children, and their children come to see the mothers, and they have no idea who they are. And after that, perhaps it's the husband or the parents, and it's extremely difficult because that hurts people's feelings. And when one tries to communicate with a person who doesn't remember who you are, it's really just not an easy situation. So I think if we put all of these components together and have a national strategy, that would be a great idea. It goes beyond just the issue of care, as I was saying earlier. It's also the support we offer to caregivers, the ability of families to have a multi-generational home with perhaps security systems that would be required to take care of a person with Alzheimer's, to prevent risks of fires or accidents, And when we look at this strategy, it really just goes beyond the whole framework of hospital-based care or medical services. And that is why it's worthwhile sitting down and looking at the whole issue of culture. When we talk about our Indigenous communities, for example, it's important to be able to ensure that they are able to receive treatment that takes their culture into account and that will be able to do this without cutting them off from their own culture. Imagine when someone is hospitalized with dementia, people lose their memory moving backwards, so they forget the most recent things but remember things from early childhood. So oftentimes people in the First Nations communities forget how to speak English or French because the first language they learned was their Aboriginal language, and so they find themselves in surroundings where the caregivers and medical staff aren't able to communicate with them because all they can remember is, let's say, Cree or Algonquin or something. So I think developing this strategy will allow us to understand the challenges and talk to all of the frontline workers provincially and territorially, and not just to look at it purely on a medical level.
And I think that is one of the mistakes that we make often, is that we try to isolate the problem and study it purely from a medical viewpoint, and the entire situation is not taken into account. And I think that we need to vote for the strategy. Last time we were only one vote away, to ensure that people who suffer from dementia, and especially their families and entourage, receive the support they need from this government, and that an approach, a culturally appropriate approach, is applied when caring with these people. So I hope sincerely that this time it won't be a matter of one single vote, that it will be there will be unanimous support for this bill, which is, it's a conservative bill, but it's based on NDP work. Thank you. If the honourable member wishes, there will be a minute and a half remaining when the House resumes debate on this motion. The time provided for the consideration of this item of private member's business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
And pursuant to Standing Order 30.7, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-224 under private members' business. Orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business.
224. The Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act in the name of Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that Bill C-224, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Assistance Drug Overdose, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate, the Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
The interpreter cannot hear because of the noise.
We're just going to suspend momentarily. There seems to be a problem with the audio. We're getting some feedback in the loop there. Is the audio
functioning now? Is it okay? Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present you tonight Bill C-224, the Good Samaritan Overdose Act. This bill amends the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, that is, an assistance with drug overdose. Drug overdoses have a major impact on Canadians. This bill, C-224, will save lives.
Let me tell you about Austin Paterick. Austin was a typical 17-year-old high school student. He lived in Heidelberg in rural Ontario. An athlete, Austin was passionate about sports, skateboarding, hockey, and all things outdoors. Those of us who are parents worry about our teenagers and what they get up to with their friends and acquaintances. But when I spoke to Austin's mother recently, there was no worry about Austin. He was a good kid. Austin was just a typical high school student, but we cannot ignore the fact that kids experiment at parties. One night he attended a gathering in rural Ontario, and he made a decision that so many young people make. He took some drugs that night. In the wee hours of that morning, Austin showed signs of distress. He was overdosing. Timely medical attention could have saved his life. But his acquaintances decided not to call 911. They figured they could handle it themselves. They placed him in a bathtub of cold water. When that didn't work, he was put into bed on his side, where he stayed until the next morning. When they woke up and checked on him, they thought he looked dead. That's when they called 911. Austin died Austin died 7 days later in a hospital with his parents, brother, and extended family at his side. A timely call to 911 could have prevented this tragedy. That is the point of this bill. Let me tell you also about Kelly Best from Saskatoon. He too was a young man full of promise, full of hopes and dreams. Another young life tragically cut short. He too took some drugs with a friend and began to overdose. The friend panicked, texted other friends about what to do, and eventually phoned his dad, who immediately called 911. The delay was about an hour. It was fatal. The friend had a small amount of drugs on him and didn't want to go to jail. Austin Paterick, Kelly Best. Two names, one story. Tragic outcomes. They paid the ultimate price. These kids did not have to die. Their story is far too common. Yet it is a story heard over and over and over again like a broken record. Many more names, many more needless, pointless deaths. Same story. This needs to stop. Mr. Speaker, when I first heard these stories, I asked a very simple question. Why didn't anyone bother to call 911 earlier? The typical reason is that they were scared. Scared that they themselves would get into trouble. They did not want to go to jail. They did not want a fine or a criminal record. Fear of prosecution is the largest barrier for people to call for help in an overdose situation. In fact, according to a 2012 Waterloo Regional Crime Prevention Council report, a study in that report, in the absence of a law such as this, 46% of respondents would either not call for help or would call and run. That is tragic, and that is the point of this bill. And that is why a significant majority of U.S. states have passed legislation of this kind. A study in Washington State, where this has been law since 2010, 88% of respondents said they would call for help because of the protection in law. At last count, 36 states plus the District of Columbia have similar legislation on the books. Even states that are prone to a tough on crime approach, such as Alaska and Louisiana, have moved forward with such laws. And recently, Michigan's Good Samaritan law passed unanimously. While the specifics vary slightly from state to state, the underlying intent is the same. For some things are crystal clear. Delay means death. Seconds matter. They also recognize that it's hard to learn from being dead. These laws are a turning point in the way drug policy is understood. Harm reduction actually works. It reduces harm. Every life saved is an opportunity for someone to get the help they need, an opportunity to make better choices and move forward with life. Monsieur le Président, au Canada,
Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we lag behind in this regard.
We have been a little slow in helping to stop the harm caused by drug overdose, where people like Austin or Kelly could otherwise have lived. But that is not to say that there have not been calls for Good Samaritan drug laws. The Waterloo report I just noted illustrates the barriers to calling 911 in the event of a drug overdose. It clearly highlights the need. It identifies that criminal justice response is the most significant barrier to calling 911. This report also shows that in the USA, Good Samaritan drug laws are the most widely recommended policy response to alleviating barriers to 911. Laws such as this bill now before this House. This bill provides limited legal immunity from drug possession prosecution for people who are involved in an overdose incident, who witness an overdose, and encourages them to do the right thing, to call for help, to save a life. The work done by Waterloo is echoed in other reports across Canada. The Canadian Drug Policy Coalition also identified this as an issue and has made very similar recommendations. The compelling argument is that most overdoses occur in the presence of others. That noted Waterloo study also points to statistics from 2003 showing that 61% of drug overdose deaths occurred in the presence of others. That means that 61% of the time there was someone else there who could call for help. But witnesses far too often hesitate or waver on whether to call for help. In many cases, they just don't. What's even more frightening are cases where people are put in alleyways or abandoned on the street or dropped off at emergency with no explanation. In January this year, a report to the British Columbia coroner stressed the importance of a bill such as this. It highlights the critical importance of working to develop strategies to promote calling for help. But more alarming recent news from BC, Dr. Perry Kendall, BC's provincial health officers, declared a public health emergency because of the alarming rise of drug overdose deaths. In January alone, we had 76 deaths due to drug overdose. At the current rate, Dr. Kendall estimates that BC could have up to 800 drug deaths by the end of this year. That is an average of more than 2 deaths each day, every day, in BC alone. This has to stop. These are people's children, people's sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, friends and family. That is what this bill is for. It will not stop the overdoses, but surely but surely we can stem the toll of death. Dr. Kendall and BC's Chief Coroner, Lisa Lapointe, both support this bill because it will reduce barriers and it will save lives. And in my own riding, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam School District 43 trustees, Judy Shira and Michael Thomas, support this bill. The City of Port Coquitlam unanimously passed a resolution supporting it. And Coquitlam's mayor and many Coquitlam councillors support it as well. I've spoken and met with Coquitlam firefighters, Port Moody Mayor Mike Clay, and Port Moody's Police Chief Constable Chris Rattenbury, who in fact sent a video endorsement expressing his own support. Port Coquitlam's firefighters sent a letter of support. First responders agree. Their first priority is to save lives, but they can only do that when they're called. The government of British Columbia's Minister of Health wrote to me expressing the importance of this legislation. And this is among the growing number of Canadian jurisdictions that recognize that drug overdose deaths are becoming epidemic and need action now to start saving lives. It's time we listen to Canadians, and it's time we take our own advice. In a 2014 report on prescription drug abuse, the House Standing Committee on Health recommended considering Good Samaritan drug overdose legislation. This bill is precisely that. It's simply about saving lives. This bill is about giving people the tools they need to make life-saving decisions in a time of crisis. It will make it okay to call for help. Many members of this House recognize this. That is why the NDP member for Vancouver East seconded the bill, and many more on both sides of the House have rallied behind it. And I thank them all. And I thank them all for their robust support. They are showing that they too want to stop the harm. So I ask all members for their support to demonstrate to all Canadians that we know that lives are worth saving, to show that we value life over death and life over punishment, support over fear. Ce projet de loi approuvé.
This bill is about removing the fear of calling for help, and by doing so, it will save lives.
President.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Chair, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank also the member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for bringing this bill to this House. I thank him also for his comments, his heartfelt comments, and I think that for all of us who are parents, we can only imagine the pain that a person has to go through for a senseless loss, for something with a youngster who's going through life, and so often what they do is experiment, and in that process to lose a life. I can imagine the pain and the suffering the person would go through. Having to endure that is something that my heart goes out to every single parent. But with this bill, the member in bringing forward this bill, there is something monumental about that, and it changes the course of things in that there is an opportunity to save a life, and that is the whole purpose behind this bill. And substance misuse, as we know in Vancouver East, is a major issue in my community. There was a point in time in the early 1990s where there were 1,000 crosses that were planted in a park called Oppenheimer Park. Each one of those crosses was to commemorate a loss of somebody's brother, somebody's son, somebody's daughter, a life. And we called for harm reduction initiatives, and we fought for it, and it took so long, and we finally got the first North America supervised injection facility. And so to that end, in terms of harm reduction, this is a continuum of that effort. I want to thank the member for bringing this forward. I want to ask him to say to him, what else can we do? How else can we work together collaboratively to extend the measures of harm reduction, to ensure that we put evidence first to save the lives, and will he also work with us to call on the government to repeal Bill C-2.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I thank the
member for her question, and I appreciate the question. I'm certainly 100% in favor of continuing the work on harm reduction. Just last week, I did a tour of Insight in the member's riding, and it was very informative. And it is, in passing, I should note that the staff and workers at Insight are also in support of this bill. I'm aware of C2. I think it does need a little work, and I certainly would appreciate working with the member and other members to correct the problems. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce que commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, let me add my comments in the sense of just expressing how wonderful it was to hear such a passionate speech on something that obviously means a great deal to the member, and I applaud the efforts that he has put in personally to date in order to get this legislation before us today. He should truly be commended for his efforts. And I always enjoy when we hear real-life examples. And the member made reference to Austin, and I am sure that the family and friends that might be following this debate very much appreciate the member's efforts. And maybe if I can just ask him a very basic question, and that is there anything else that he would like to provide any sort of comment on in regards to just how important this issue is for him, his constituents, and all Canadians?
Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Once again, I appreciate the question and the opportunity to respond. Certainly this is an issue of great importance in my community and in my province, as well as the country as a whole. I think we all have to just bend our backs to the wheel and keep moving on this kind of issue to keep it moving. Harm reduction is an important direction to pursue, and it shows real results. We are seeing more opportunities for harm reductions to be employed in our society, more supervised injection sites, for example. As far as this bill is concerned, we are actually putting video messages and other messages of support on my parliamentary website, so any member who wishes to express such support in a 30-second video of some kind of quality is not an issue. We'd be happy to put that up. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our honourable colleague from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for his passionate speech, and obviously it's one that he feels very strongly about, and I stand with him. I rise in the House today to speak on behalf of the Private Members Bill C-224, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act. Mr. Speaker, the hard truth is this: if a friend or a loved one suffered a heart attack, none of us in this House would think twice about making a call and calling an ambulance. Unfortunately, this is not the case when it comes to drug overdoses, many of which result in death because people are simply too afraid to make that call. In 2015 alone, there were as many as 465 overdoses in British Columbia. As our own colleague mentioned, the statistics for January of 2016, 77 deaths alone. That is simply unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Witnesses fear that when they pick up the phone, they may be criminally charged for possession. They fear judgment from others. These fears, Mr. Speaker, ultimately force the witness to choose between saving one's life or being arrested and charged. It is time that we recognize that it may not be always in the public's interest to prosecute an individual who picks up the phone and asks for help when someone has overdosed. Mr. Speaker, there are some that will say that this may encourage drug use or in some way minimize the severity of drug use. But let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker. right from the onset. I am not for drug use, nor would I ever promote or advocate for the use of drugs. But if this bill will give people the courage to pick up the phone and take greater action because they are not afraid, then there is no question that this will benefit the nation. It will save lives, Mr. Speaker. All members of this House can agree that in this country, every life is valid. As a matter of fact, the courageous debate and discussion that we've had over the last few days is evidence to that. Mr. Speaker, if this holds true, considering the number of overdoses occurring in Canada, we also must believe that this is necessary to take every measure possible to protect these vulnerable lives. Mr. Speaker, in the U.S., accidental overdoses are now the leading cause of accidental death. In fact, overdoses now account for more deaths each year than HIV and AIDS, murder, or car accidents. Many of these are preventable in if and when emergency assistance is summoned. With the increasing strength of prescription drugs and the popularity and availability of synthetic party drugs, these statistics will only grow, Mr. Speaker, if we do not take action. And as a matter of fact, we are seeing an emergency in our province of British Columbia. Action, Mr. Speaker. We've talked a lot about that this week. Mr. Speaker, we have to be clear. Good Samaritan laws do not protect people from arrest for other offenses, such as selling or trafficking drugs or driving under the influence of drugs. These policies protect only the caller and overdose victim from arrest, prosecution for simple drug possession, possession of paraphernalia, or being under the influence. Mr. Speaker, most deaths and complications occurring from overdoses can be prevented with the appropriate medication and emergency response time. Too often, however, these calls are not made and people are left without the necessary medical assistance. The British Columbia Review Panel found that when a person overdoses, immediate medical intervention is critical to reducing the risk of death or serious injury. Mr. Speaker, statistics point to the fact that in the cases of 15% of youth overdoses, someone expressed concern about the well-being of that individual, yet 911 was never called. Mr. Speaker, police routinely attend emergency 911 calls involving suspected overdose. Research indicates that in some cases, fear of police involvement may heavily influence a witness's decision to not contact emergency services. The facts are undisputable, Mr. Speaker. Research also suggests that medical attention was attempted in less than half of the young adults who have suffered from an overdose. Mr. Speaker, fear of criminal charges should not be a barrier to calling 911. In fact, police departments are already aware of this stigma and have attempted to mitigate the perception of fear. The Vancouver Police Department is known to have policies about police attendance when it comes to an overdose. They do not normally attend the calls involving a non-fatal drug overdose unless BC Emergency Health Services advises their assistance is required. The rationale for this is to reduce the potential reluctance that people will have to seek emergency medical intervention when someone is overdosing. When police do not attend an emergency 911 call for a suspected overdose, the health and well-being of that person who requires medical attention remains the paramount focus. The review also concluded that it would be beneficial for all police agencies to reinforce the message of calling 911 to report people in medical distress in an effort to reduce any perceived barriers to seeking help. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, police recognize the stigma around picking up the phone, and they want to fix this. They want us to fix this, Mr. Speaker. In doing my research for this debate, I spoke to many of my friends in police agencies across Canada, and there is overwhelming support for this bill. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, one of my very good friends who has been a police officer for decades had to say this: in this line of work, you develop relationships with people from all walks of life, and because of how often you work with them and interact with them, you develop friendship. You care about their well-being. These relationships truly are the only reason why police can be successful. And over the years, I've had several of them overdose. Some of them, unfortunately, are no longer with us. And in almost all of the instances, death could have been avoided by calling for help. Mr. Speaker, police experience human tragedy every day. They do not want to see another case where an individual makes the wrong decision and doesn't seek emergency care for their friend or loved one. Mr. Speaker, I believe everyone is on the same page when it comes to Bill C-224. I hope they are on the same page. It is necessary. And, Mr. Speaker, it means the difference between life and death. I recall reading an article in the Toronto Star of a teenager who overdosed and died at the age of 17. The victim was showing signs of distress and overdosed 7 hours before being attended to by emergency medical services. There were numerous people that were there who could have helped, called for help in those 7 hours, but no one called 911. Instead, they put him in cold water. They lay him on his side in bed, assuming that he would wake up and everything would be okay. It wasn't okay, Mr. Speaker. By the time paramedics called in the morning, it was too late. The victim's mother said that had there been a law, I think it would be reasonable to think that my son would still be around, would still be alive. Mr. Speaker, we have stated our support for the bill pertaining to this issue before, suggesting that Health Canada, along with the government, consider the introduction of federal legislation that would exempt individuals seeking for themselves or others during overdose situations from criminal prosecution for trafficking, possession of controlled substances. Bill C-224 accomplishes this. The bill is one of the barriers that may be broken down by providing limited immunity for criminal charges. Mr. Speaker, as I've already stated, every year far too many lives are being lost to drugs, alcohol, and many more Canadians are injured or disabled as a result of overdose. Mr. Speaker, I'm a husband. I'm a father of 4 beautiful young adults. I have brothers and I have a sister. But also, Mr. Speaker, accidental death by overdose has negatively impacted our family also. In 2008, as I was preparing to head overseas to speak at an aviation conference, we received a call that my brother-in-law was found deceased just a few minutes before the call. Mr. Speaker, my brother-in-law was not a drug user. He was not a criminal, and he did not live a high-risk lifestyle. And while all the facts of his death are still unknown to this day, so many years later, facts are. He died of an accidental overdose. Whoever was with him at the time chose not to call the police or an ambulance to provide assistance. Rather, they erased his phone, including all the call history and contacts, and any evidence of their involvement. I can't help but think if this bill was in place in 2008, my brother-in-law would still be with us today. My mother and father-in-law would still have their only son. My wife and her sister would still have their little brother. And my children would still have their uncle. And our family would still be whole. I've stood in this house before to say collectively we can leave a positive legacy. Like the countless others, the growing numbers, my brother-in-law did not have to and should not have died, and that is why I choose to rise in the House today to speak on behalf of Bill C-224. Through this bill, we have a chance to end the stigma of fear and choose life instead. If this bill will allow people to pick up the phone and take greater action because they will not be afraid of being charged, there is no question this bill needs to be adopted. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we can give individuals a second chance at living. We can restore a hope and humanity that might otherwise have been missed. It is our duty as members of Parliament to facilitate change, and Mr. Speaker, this bill is a perfect place to start. Maybe, just maybe, lives will be saved in the process. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to speak in favour of Bill C-224, and I want to thank my colleagues for their very impassioned plea for this bill, particularly our member from Port Coquitlam. I lived in Port Coquitlam for 10 years, and I'm sure the constituents there very much appreciate this bill coming forward. Let me begin by sharing with you in the House some of the headlines from my riding of Kootenay, Columbia in the last recent weeks. These come from the Cranbrook Daily Townsman and the Columbia Valley Pioneer, two of the many fine community newspapers we are fortunate to still have in Kootenay, Columbia. April 7th from the Townsman, the headline was East Kootenay getting 8 substance use beds from Interior Health. The text, these new beds are part of the large provincial initiative to improve healthcare outcomes for individuals living with substance use challenges, says the province's health minister. The beds will provide a safe and supportive environment for clients who have complex substance abuse issues. A few days later, another headline, this time from the Columbia Valley Pioneer. Overdose reversal drug now available in BC without a prescription. The text from this one, the goal of reducing the fatal effects of an opioid overdose among the BC drug-using community has recently gained momentum. Health Canada revised the federal prescription drug list on March 22nd to make a non-prescription version of naloxone, which is the life-saving antidote commonly being used to reverse the effects of an opioid overdose, more accessible to Canadians. Making the medication more accessible to people without a prescription will help to save lives. This new measure is separate from BC's take-home naloxone program, which has trained 6,500 people to recognize and respond to overdoses. 488 overdoses have been reversed since the program's inception. And on April 15th, back to the Cranbrook Daily Townsman for the headline, BC declares drug overdose emergency. The BC government has declared its first ever public health emergency to deal with the sharply rising cases of opioid drug overdoses across the province. There's been a steady increase in overdoses of drugs containing fentanyl, a potent synthetic opioid made in Chinese drug labs and smuggled into Canada. The emergency measure will allow for the rapid collection of data from health authorities and the BC Coroner's Service so that overdose treatment kits can be deployed to regions where there are new clusters of overdoses. We have to do what's needed to prevent overdoses and deaths, and what is needed is real-time information, said BC's health minister. Medical officers need immediate access to information about what's happening and where, so that they can implement effective strategies to prevent these tragedies. Mr. Speaker, we are in a crisis situation when it comes to drug overdoses, and we must do everything we can to save those lives. And that is where Bill C-224 comes in. Bill C-224 would provide a Good Samaritan exemption, ensuring that no evidence obtained as a result of responding to a drug overdose can be used to support possession of substance charges. This exemption would apply to any person at the scene when police or paramedics arrive. The exemption would apply to all Schedule 1, 2, and 3 drugs, all the common street drugs, but would only cover charges for possession. Production and trafficking charges would not fall under the Good Samaritan clause. Let me say that again. The Good Samaritan exemption in Bill C-224 only applies to possession charges. Drug producers and drug traffickers will not be let off the hook. This bill will also not in any way diminish our efforts to fight organized crime or to support communities affected by gang-related violence. Bill C-224 simply removes a barrier to medical help reaching a person overdosing in time to save them. Now, some of the validators for this bill, the Pivot Legal Society and Canadian Drug Policy Coalition executive directors, and they say fear of prosecution has proven to be a barrier for people to call for help when they are with someone who's having an overdose. Only 46% of respondents to a Waterloo Region Crime Prevention Council survey said that they would call 911 during an overdose situation. Seconds matter in these cases, and saving a life shouldn't be weighed against facing a potential drug possession charge. Granting amnesty to Good Samaritans is a simple answer. The Liberals should move to pass this bill as quickly as possible. A Facebook user posting on Overdose Canada in support of this bill said, "My son Austin would be alive today had those who witnessed his overdose called 911. Report in the Globe and Mail have been mounting signs that the illegal form of the pain-killing drug is expanding east from Western Canada, where it is linked to a surge in overdose deaths. Healthcare advocates say federal and provincial government leaders are not doing enough to address this problem." And again, the Pivot Legal Society, a 3-point plan for ending overdose deaths. Research suggests that between 10 and 56% of people witnessing an overdose actually call for assistance. We need to remove those barriers. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has a proud progressive record of standing up for sensible drug policies that promote harm reduction and create safer, healthier communities. Supporting this bill is very much in keeping with this tradition. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-224 is about saving lives. More lives could be saved if users and witnesses didn't hesitate to seek emergency assistance for overdoses. New Democrats will always stand for smart, progressive, evidence-based policies that promote stronger, healthier, and safer communities. This bill does that, and it deserves the unanimous support of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health to support my colleague, the member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, as we debate his very important bill, Bill C-224, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act. Mr. Speaker, Canada is experiencing an unprecedented rise in accidental drug overdose deaths, particularly related to opioids such as fentanyl. As a legal pharmaceutical, fentanyl is usually prescribed for patients already tolerant to high doses of other, less powerful opioid drugs such as morphine or oxycodone. However, it can also be diverted from a legitimate source, stolen from a pharmacy or patient, or manufactured illegally in a lab. This is extremely troubling because illicit fentanyl can be mixed with or disguised as other drugs, such as oxycodone or heroin. This means people who use these drugs are not always aware of their high potency. The unknown potency of street drugs, including fentanyl, is being linked to the recent increase in accidental overdose deaths occurring across Canada, particularly in the western provinces, where it is being characterized by some health officials as a public health crisis. The majority of overdose deaths are preventable if early intervention is made. Many overdoses occur in the presence of others, and instant death is rare. The chance of surviving an overdose often depends on how quickly an individual receives medical attention. Provinces, territories, municipalities, and other public health organizations know this and are making efforts to raise awareness about how to detect the symptoms of an overdose and importance of calling 911 as the first course of action. But far too often, people are afraid to call 911 if they or a friend experience an overdose. Mr. Speaker, a 2014 Ontario survey shows that only half of individuals said they would call 911 and wait at a scene of an emergency personnel in the event of an overdose. The remainder would hold back for a fear of negative consequences, such as an arrest or criminal charges. Nobody would think twice about calling 911 for any other medical emergency. This is a clear sign that there are systematic barriers at play here, as well as an issue of stigma and fear that needs to be addressed. No one should be afraid to reach out for medical help in a case of an overdose. Mr. Speaker, I think all members can agree that the most important thing for emergency personnel and law enforcement to do at a scene of an overdose is to save a life. I recognize that problematic drug use is a complex issue for which there are no easy answers, but we cannot arrest our way out of this problem. Government must take a comprehensive approach that is based on evidence and that balances regulation and law enforcement with support for the health and well-being of Canadians affected by drug use and addiction. Neither the medical community nor the law enforcement community can address this issue on their own. That is why our government is committed to a balanced approach to drug policy. Health Canada has demonstrated this commitment through several recent decisions. First, through support for Dr. Peter Center and Insight, both of which are supervised consumption sites that have proven to have a positive impact on the health and well-being of individuals who use drugs. These centers have trained medical professionals who monitor drug users and can help save their lives in an event of an overdose. They also provide clean needles so the drug users do not contract life-threatening blood-borne diseases such as HIV or hepatitis, while also connecting with them with treatment and other healthcare services. In some cases, Mr. Speaker, this is their first contact with a medical professional. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, in March 2016, Health Canada removed naloxone from the federal prescription drug list, clearing the way for this life-saving drug to be purchased without a prescription. Naloxone is a drug that temporarily reverses the effects of an opioid-induced overdose. This change will make the drug more accessible to those most likely to need it, including friends and families of drug users, as well as first responders, such as paramedics or law enforcement personnel. But improving access to naloxone is only one piece of a comprehensive approach to reducing overdose deaths. The effects of naloxone eventually wear off and overdose symptoms can reoccur. In fact, repeat doses of naloxone may be needed to save a life of someone who has overdosed on a stronger opioid like heroin or fentanyl. This underscores the importance of calling 911 for an overdose, even when naloxone is administered. To encourage individuals to call 911 in overdose situations, Bill C-224 would provide immunity from minor possession charges to anyone who experiences or witnesses an overdose and seeks an emergency. This is a harm reduction measure that is typically known as Good Samaritan legislation, and it has been implemented in more than 30 U.S. states. The Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act is consistent with our government's approach to drug policy. It will support efforts by law enforcement to help curb overdose deaths and recognizes the importance of saving lives. Law enforcement personnel are often the first to arrive at the scene of an overdose, and in some communities, law enforcement are the only first responders available. This bill sends a clear message to all Canadians that every life matters. Bill C-224 also complements our government's efforts to curb overdose deaths, including through improved access to naloxone. This bill will help to ensure that people who experience or witness an overdose are not afraid to call 911 for fear of charges for minor drug possession. At the same time, let me assure the House that our government recognizes the extremely important role that law enforcement plays in drug control, and we commend the ongoing efforts of our police to protect the safety of Canadians by getting dangerous drugs off the street. We know that there are illicitly produced opioids like fentanyl that are being sold in Canada, and we know that drug trafficking brings gang activity and crime with it. That is why law enforcement efforts are focused on drug trafficking and associated violence. Our government recognizes that problematic substance abuse is both a health and safety issue, and that reducing demand is an important piece of this puzzle. We believe that government has an important role to play in helping those to protect Canadians from the problems substance abuse can create. That means preventing and treating addiction, supporting recovery, reducing the negative health and social impacts of drug use on individuals and their communities. Mr. Speaker, we know that a major predictor of having an overdose is having experienced an overdose in the past. Therefore, rather than arresting those who are suffering from a disease of addiction, an overdose is an important opportunity for first responders to intervene and help direct individuals towards community and social services to obtain treatment for their illness. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I fully support Bill C-224, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act. It is an example of a balanced approach to drug control. It aims to address a systematic barrier that is preventing individuals from seeking help for an overdose, while not impeding law enforcement from focusing public safety efforts on the issues that are truly at the crux of Canada's drug problem, which are drug production and trafficking. Once again, I congratulate my colleague for introducing this very important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For my part, it was very important to be able to speak to this bill. As has been said, this is a bill that will save lives. And I also really want to thank my colleagues who spoke to the bill, because several of them spoke of very touching personal situations. And when we have someone near and dear to us who dies of cancer, it might be easier to talk about than when someone in our family dies of a drug overdose. Often we're more ashamed to talk about those situations, but I think it's most important to do so and to demonstrate that this is a problem that affects people around the world, for people who come from good families. It really is a problem that affects everyone. When I was 15, I lost one of my cousins who died of a PCP overdose, which is a drug that was used in veterinary circumstances, but unfortunately caused a lot of damage during my adolescence. And I think I can say that's a situation that I found extremely difficult. I was very, very sad to lose him, and I don't know if such a bill as this one could have saved his life, but certainly I believe that in situations like his, we must ensure that people are not afraid to call for ambulance services, particularly when we look at the situation of young people who are afraid of being arrested or their parents finding out what they've done. They're fearful. And it would be important to say to those young people that there would be no consequences for them. It could save lives, and it's important to pass a bill such as this one. It's also important because it allows us as professionals in the healthcare sector to deal with circumstances. There are many more synthetic drugs on the market now, and it's extremely complicated. The interventions are not always the same according to the drugs that the person might have taken. So to have someone on site who can say to the paramedic or the police, this is what the person took, this is what they did, and finally, after 15 minutes of questioning the witnesses, that they can say, oh, well, you know, yes, actually they took that as well. It would be a lot faster if we could say to the person right off the bat, you're protected, you won't be charged. Tell us as quickly as possible what this person took. There are various antidotes on the market depending on the substance involved, so that we can avoid terrible circumstances. These antidotes have to be given as quickly as possible. So having a bill like this would also allow us as healthcare professionals to identify the substance quickly, which is an important component when trying to intervene quickly with an overdose, and to know how to intervene quickly on a medical level. There's also another aspect that's perhaps more particular to rural regions, and that is access to ambulance services. We all know that in more inaccessible areas, this is important, because if there's already that delay in place before police and ambulance services can get there, and then there's another delay because the person's afraid to call in the first place, they might hesitate, as I said before, to say what the substances involved were, and we're really increasing the time before we can be able to do something. So it's important to have someone call quickly and say that there's an overdose here, someone's in distress, they need help, and be able to quickly identify the substance involved. And this would go a long ways towards helping us and helping the ambulance services face the challenges. We can't change anything about the fact that in rural areas, some places are farther away from hospitals than others, but at least if we can cut into the time before there's an appropriate intervention, we can save lives. You know, I'm a nurse. I decided to work primarily in intensive care and emergency rooms, and that's what I like the best. So I have seen overdose cases, and also often, unfortunately, because of the mix of substances involved, I was unable to really be joyful on Saint Jean-Baptiste Day. That's one of the worst nights you can work in Quebec during the year, because we regularly are faced with cases of adolescents that we have to intubate and resuscitate, and unfortunately on big holidays like that, it's young people who are worried about getting caught and will leave the person who's intoxicated, or and it's somebody else at the party who might say, whoa, this isn't all right, and they end up calling the ambulance services, but that person has no idea what's happened. They've just found this young person who's unconscious somewhere, and that person would be unable to even tell us if it was alcohol or a mix with other substances, and that makes the intervention much more complicated. So it's really not something that you want to see, seeing a 15-year-old have to be intubated if you want to save them in the middle of the night. Also, as parents, we realize that it could be our kids someday who find themselves in that situation. So we can try as we may to control everything and that our children lead good lives and don't get into trouble. But unfortunately, we know that someday, when they're not under our supervision, something might happen like that will result in something like this. So it's not a situation that's easy. Oftentimes, our children have good friends who want to intervene, but they're too afraid. Recently, my husband was called. He had to go and pick up one of his young cousins who had abused of a substance. In this case, it was just alcohol, but still, the young people were afraid, but they called the young person's mother. They didn't, and my husband's aunt didn't know exactly what to do, so she called my husband and asked him if he could go and take care of the cousin, which he did. But it very easily could have been a different intervention, unfortunately, in that situation. He could have been afraid. They might have decided to just leave that cousin in a bedroom somewhere until the thing passed, but that would not have been the right way to handle it. So we must pass this bill so that we can ensure these things don't happen. We also have to make sure that we don't just adopt the bill. We have to make sure that we publicize it, that the message gets out to the general population that now they'll no longer have to worry about being taken to court if there's an overdose. That's what's the most important thing, because even if we pass this legislation, if in the mentality of people who think they are at risk of being arrested, we won't have moved things forward. We won't have made any progress, and it will be up to all of us to say very clearly, to ensure that everybody knows that these changes have been made, that they needn't be afraid to call ambulance services. And it seems maybe obvious, not all adolescents follow what's happening on the political front. Most of them are very disconnected from politics, but I think that is going to be our biggest task ahead, is to ensure that that information gets out there and that we really will save lives. We save lives by passing this kind of legislation, but people need to be aware of that in order for it to work. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, that what we're doing today will have a positive impact on people's lives, but also on the profession of nursing, and that we will be able to save lives, particularly during evenings when we have seen very difficult circumstances at work. So thank you for allowing me to express myself.
Before we recognize the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley, I'll let him know there are only about 4 minutes remaining in the time for a debate at this hour, at least, for this particular motion. But we'll get started. I'll give him the usual signal. He'll have, of course, the remaining time when the House next gets back to debate on this question. So we've got about 4 minutes. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of Bill 224, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act. As we have heard, this bill would encourage people to call 911 to report drug overdoses by protecting them from prosecution for drug possession. It would also exempt anyone at the scene from possession charges, but it would not apply to more serious offences like trafficking or impaired driving. Drawing on my 20 years' experience as an emergency physician, I can say with confidence that if passed, Bill C-224 will save lives. We have all seen the headlines about rising numbers of overdose deaths in Canada, especially from the powerful opioid fentanyl. On Friday, April 15th, British Columbia declared a public health emergency with over 200 overdose deaths in the last 3 months. In the emergency room, and too often in the morgue, we see the human toll behind these numbers. Mr. Speaker, victims of drug overdoses are not statistics. They are our fellow Canadians. They are our neighbours, our friends, kids, maybe our own family. I stand today to say with conviction that, in a medical emergency brought on by an overdose, fear of the law should not prevent people from picking up the phone and saving a life. I hope all members will join me in thanking the member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for bringing forward this timely and important piece of legislation. Common sense tells us, and evidence confirms, that C-224 will help eliminate the delays in treatment that lead to debilitating injuries and deaths. I only wish Parliament had passed such a law years ago. It is heartbreaking to think of the lives that could be saved. In my own clinical experience in the emergency room, I have encountered patients who, because of their signs and symptoms, have caused me to suspect that they are under the influence of one or more potentially dangerous substances. The findings on physical examination alone are too variable to provide sufficient information, and laboratory tests often take too long to be of benefit. I have to ask these patients, or those who accompany them, what substances they have taken. Typically, they are reluctant to provide this information. However, once I explain that there is no risk of prosecution due to patient and physician confidentiality, they give me honest answers, and I am able to provide better care. On more than one occasion, this ability to gather information has prevented tragedy. However, this degree of confidentiality is not guaranteed in the community when people have to communicate with first responders. In my final minute, this freedom to communicate frankly with emergency services must be extended to anyone in our communities who witnesses or experiences an overdose. How can we compare the value of convicting someone on a minor charge with the value of saving a life? Is my time up? Okay, yeah. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we need to see addiction as a health issue. I speak as an emergency physician with much of my 20 years of clinical experience in the poverty-stricken core of Winnipeg. I am aware that some people perceive persons who overdose to have made a bad decision and are therefore responsible for their fates. Perhaps they believe that saving overdose victims is not a moral obligation. However, it is almost unanimously accepted by the medical profession that addiction is an illness. Furthermore, it is not widely understood by the public that drug abuse is highly correlated with underlying mental illness, as many individuals with undiagnosed or poorly controlled mental illness ingest substances in an attempt to self-medicate. Okay. My time is up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I always appreciate it's always a little awkward when you have to sort of go partway through your speech and then you have to leave the rest at some point to another time, but the member did quite well. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley will have about 6.5 minutes remaining for his remarks when the House next resumes debate on the question. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the tribulations of political life are such that between the time that I asked for this debate and the time that it is being held, there have been many different things that have happened, and I would have, backed down if things had been solved. But let me tell you about the many ways that it has not been solved. I'm talking about employment insurance measures. That was the point of the debate. I'm going to tell you about a few Liberal promises made during the campaign. The intent to reduce the wait time, and that was supposed to start in January 2017. And when that happens, and although I don't want to minimize the importance of this proposal for those who will be receiving EI, I would just like to point out that still today, there are fewer than 4 out of 10 workers who pay into the EI program who manage to be eligible when it is important for them, that is, when they lose their jobs. Reducing EI premiums of employees and employers. That happened on January 1st, 2016, but between you and me, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't solve the problem. In fact, it's that means even less money in the EI fund to solve the problem of those who need that money. Protecting the EI fund, not only is there's nothing about that, but we saw once again in the last budget that once again, as the Liberals and Conservatives have always done, it has dipped into it to the tune of billions of dollars. They had also promised to eliminate the Conservative reform in terms of EI, and there are still 3 categories, as far as I can see, of unemployed people who are targeted by this measure, and so people are still being stigmatized, people who have lost their job, instead of tackling systemic unemployment. They promised to make parental leave more flexible. They promised to make access to compassionate leave benefits. That hasn't yet been done. So, in short, there really hasn't been a lot done in terms of EI, whereas the economic context makes this insurance paid for by employees and employers even more important and yet less and less available. So I think that there is a serious flaw here. Now, there is a silver lining. The fact that the government has done so little in terms of EI since it came to power, despite making a ton of promises. Can my colleague recognize that the essential thing to get done would be to put in place an accessibility, a university access eligibility threshold of 360 hours, which would mean that the majority of workers who pay into the EI system, when they do lose their jobs, can have access to the system. That is the first thing to be done to make sure that when people pay into this system, they need to be able to have access to it. Imagine any other kind of car insurance, home insurance, you pay into this, and when bad things happen, you're not allowed to claim the money from your insurer. Well, I can tell you that given the way the private systems work, well, they always pay up to their clients. So I'm going to repeat my question. Will the Liberal government put in place as quickly as possible a universal eligibility threshold at 360 hours? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Human Resources Development and Labour.
And I'm happy to be here this evening to address the question from the member, and I was interested that he sort of took us up on the Late Show, because this member knows, if he pays attention at all and if he read the budget, he would know that most of the references that he made during his speech have been addressed in the budget. Now, he wouldn't realize that, the machinery of government, yes, it grinds slow, but, it's in motion now to address those types of issues that he had raised. He had talked about the platform that we had promised. We will deliver on the promises that we made in that platform. We will go from 2-week waiting period to 1-week waiting period, and that is being worked on now. And the machinery of government, the NDP would not know that because they've never held government federally. They wouldn't know that. And that's going to help so many Canadians. 4 out of 5 Canadians that receive EI benefits are going to benefit from that, and the member should know that if he pays attention to this file. He knows that we did increase access. He talks about not increasing access. We cut the NERI program, the NERI provisions, new entrants and re-entrants, went from 920, went down to regional qualifications. That jumped a whole other bunch of Canadians that would have been precluded from benefits, allowed them to access benefits in this program, and he knows that. Mr. Speaker, he knows we're investing $92 million more to hire EI call center agents and shorten the times for EI processing and call centers. And we know under the last government, he will remember this, if he's serious about this, he will remember there were 600 EI employees that were cut under the last government. And what they did, they reduced the service wait times. Rather than being able to respond to a phone call in 3 minutes, they had a target of 90% return in 3 minutes. What the government did, they cut the 600 jobs. They reduced it, well, let's go to 80% in 3 minutes. They weren't hitting those targets. They said, let's go to 80% in 10 minutes. Well, Mr. Speaker, they were only hitting that 45% of the time. So our Prime Minister and our Minister of Employment, they fought, they made the promise, and they are delivering on the promise. We've got more people on the ground now. We're working with employment, with Service Canada staff to make sure that those service standards, which really weren't any kind of, they call it Service Canada. We know that the employees there wanted to serve Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, they weren't able to serve Canadians because the resources that they needed weren't to their avail. And we put those back into they were in the budget, and the member from Three Rivers, from Trois-Rivières, if he's honest, he knows that those provisions were put into the last budget. The work-sharing agreements, an extension of the duration of the work-sharing agreements, Mr. Speaker, from a maximum of 38 weeks to 76 weeks. That's a positive thing. We've heard that from Canadians across this country, that they want to, that it provides them flexibility. It helps create jobs in some sectors. So we've complied with that, and we've provided that. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the 12 economic regions of this country who've experienced that sharp, sustained increase. You're looking at me, Mr. Speaker, like my time's soon up. Okay, Mr. Speaker, we know that we've gone into those regions and we've increased the regular benefits by 5 weeks up to a maximum of 50 weeks. Mr. Speaker, this government takes its responsibility seriously. We understand that Canadians that find themselves out of the job, the program has to be there for them, and we are committed as a government to provide them with those services. Thank you.
My apologies. I usually give the parliamentary secretary a 1-minute warning, but in this case I was so attached to what the parliamentary secretary was saying, I didn't get that 1-minute warning out there.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very attentively to the parliamentary secretary's speech. I'm saying it's a speech because it wasn't an answer, but within 4 minutes we can say that I don't even follow this file, but I know what the answers are, and I can assure that my honourable colleague that I've been following this file for many years, and I know exactly what is in the budget, but it does not address the essential question. How, for example, the youth unemployment rate is double the average. So how can these young people access the EI system when they need it the most, when we know that fewer than 4 out of 10 workers manage to sign up for the EI system, even though they have paid into it for many years. Can we please get an answer on the standard of eligibility that would be based on the 360 hours? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague from Three Rivers, he should know that, removing the NERI provisions, the new entry and re-entry provisions. New entries are usually young workers. They're young Canadians, sometimes, the first time they've held a job, first time they find themselves out of a job. They no longer need that 920 hours to qualify the first time. All they have to do is comply with regional qualifiers. That's all they have to do now. So that's included a whole other group of young Canadians. We also know in the budget, and it's been done, and we see in it, and in his riding, he should see it from past years, that we've doubled the amount of money that we put into the summer student employment program. Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing it in my riding. More community groups are able to host summer students, give them that first opportunity to have a job. What we want to do is we want to create more job opportunities for young Canadians. Yes, unemployment employment insurance has to be there for when they find themselves out of work, but Mr. Speaker, we want to invest in training. We want to give employers an opportunity to create those jobs for young people so that they can continue to grow, contribute to the economy, and that's what this government is seized with. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake,
Eastman.
I knew there was a third part. Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And after redistribution, of course, our ridings have changed for many of us, and so I pick up that third nomenclature in my riding name, being Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. A riding that I'm very proud to represent, including the new part of Eastman that includes great communities of Pinawa, Powerview, Pine Falls, and Lac du Bonnet, and Great Falls, as well as others. Now, I'm glad to get up today, Mr. Speaker, to address a question that I raised some time ago in the House here about the National Memorial for Canada's mission in Afghanistan, to honour those 40,000 Canadians who served in the Afghanistan mission. And 158 Canadians paid the ultimate sacrifice in that mission against Al-Qaeda, against Taliban, and against terrorism. Now, unfortunately, we still have not heard from the government. We have not heard from the Minister of Veterans Affairs and the Minister of National Defence, the Associate Minister of National Defence, on what the plans are on whether or not we are going to have a National War Memorial to pay tribute to the longest mission in Canadian history. We're talking about a mission where Canadians went in with the right context and for the right reasons. Now, unfortunately, in the answer to my question, the Minister of Veterans Affairs said that his government will get it done since our government can get it done in 10 years. Well, first and foremost, let's revisit the history here on the National War Memorial, or on the National Memorial for the Afghanistan mission. The first time that we started talking about this was in 2011. At that time, the Chief of Defence Staff, number of civilian leaders, and the Parliamentary Secretary at the time to the Minister of National Defence, Laurie Hahn, raised the issue of having a plan to put in place a national memorial to the veterans of the Afghanistan mission. Now, at that time, our Minister of Defence was Peter MacKay, and he said, and I'll quote him here, he says, "When the last troops return home to their families at the conclusion of the mission, the full scope of Canada's contributions in Afghanistan, including all the work of all those who have sacrificed and fallen in the service of their country, will be appropriately recognized and commemorated." That was 2011. And of course, the mission wasn't over yet. So in 2014, when the mission came to the close, at that time, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, Julian Fantino, announced that a permanent national memorial to Canada's mission in Afghanistan will be commemorated here in Ottawa. And the mission, of course, ran from 2001, which started under the Liberals, and went to 2014. So we have to stay committed, Mr. Speaker, to the ideal of lest we forget, and that we need to back that up with action. We need to have this national we had a National Day of Honor, and now we need to have the National Memorial for all of those who served and fallen in the service of Canada in Afghanistan. So I encourage the government to show that this bravery and honor the sacrifice of everyone who has participated in the mission by completing this memorial. And I ask the government, will they show the government and will they actually finish the work and complete the Afghanistan War Memorial by 2017, which was initiated under our Conservative government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to answer this question from the honourable member. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I know firsthand, and I couldn't agree more, that the men and women of the Canadian Forces quite simply did an extraordinary job in Afghanistan, and that their contribution deserves to be commemorated appropriately. Commemoration is a key pillar of the mandate of Veterans Affairs Canada, and as you are well aware, Canadian veterans and those who died wearing Canada's uniform have made invaluable contributions to the development of our country, as well as to our peace and security. Commemorative programs and events help to ensure that these memories of these achievements and sacrifices are preserved. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has said in this House that he is committed to ensuring that the memorial to Canada's mission in Afghanistan gets built, but it will be done in a timely and respectful manner. The National Memorial to Canada's mission in Afghanistan is indeed a priority in the Department's plans and priorities. More than 40,000 members of the Canadian Armed Forces who served in Afghanistan will be remembered in a meaningful way, as well as the hundreds of other Canadians who also bravely performed their duties in this theatre of war. Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that the memorial is built, and it will be built in an appropriate location, a location that allows Canadians the opportunity to pay their respects to those who served. Commemorating our veterans' sacrifice is important to this government. But, Mr. Speaker, there are many ways in which a grateful nation can acknowledge, pay respect, or show appreciation for sacrifice. Monuments are important, but providing the resources by which veterans and their families can enjoy a secure future with quality of life is equally important, if not more important. And this government committed in Budget 2016 another $3.7 billion to provide veterans and their families with the care and support that they deserve. In addition, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, 9 Veterans Affairs offices across Canada will be reopened, and a 10th will be created in Surrey, BC. We are increasing frontline staff and the number of case managers who will be working with our veterans and their families. This will give them the access to the assistance they so desperately need and so rightfully deserve. Canada is entering an important period of commemoration, Mr. Speaker, and there are a number of commemorations on the horizon. July of this year, commemorating the 100th anniversary of the battles of Somme and Beaumont-Hamel. Next year, Vimy Ridge. Without question, the world is better and safer because of the efforts of Canadians on the field of battle and in peace support efforts. And lasting recognition of those efforts, such as the memorial that we are discussing today, is vitally important. We must ensure that current and future generations have places where they can gather in remembrance to honour the sacrifice made on our behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her service to Canada as a member of the Royal Canadian Armed Force and as a colonel and a commanding officer. And I really want to get down to the nitty-gritty, though. And that is on the question that we're put before the House right now, which is on the memorial for the Afghanistan veterans. And, you know, we can talk politics, we can talk about services provided to veterans, which everyone in this House wants to improve and enhance. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, the question is that as a government, when we were in government as Conservatives, we laid out a clear, a concise, and achievable target to have this memorial to all of our veterans in Afghanistan completed by 2017. But the Liberals like to talk the big game on the veterans file, but will they actually get this project done in time by 2017 to honor the incredible service made by our veterans in Afghanistan?
Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member mentioned that this process was started back in 2011. And from 2011 to 2014, nothing happened. That's 3 years. We have been in government 6 months. And I've talked to lots of veterans about this Afghanistan memorial that was proposed. And I heard no support. And I heard a fair number of criticism from the veterans that they felt that they were not consulted. And what they wanted in a memorial was perhaps not what was in the plan. So, Mr. Speaker, we are doing it differently. We feel we need to talk to these veterans. We feel that their opinions and their contributions to this memorial, to its design, to its location, are important. We're going to do it differently, Mr. Speaker, but we're going to do it right. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Monsieur le Président, je me suis levé.
Mr. Speaker, I rose in the House on March 8th to ask the government when it will present an action plan for violence against women. In the election campaign, the Liberals promised to implement a strategy and an action plan. 6 months later, nothing concrete has been done. In the meantime, thousands of women are paying the price. Every night, 4,600 women and 3,600 children have to sleep in emergency shelters. And I would appreciate it if my colleague would, I want to get into the question of shelters. In Quebec, there are, for example, community organizations that help women in difficulty and places to help women who are victims of violence. So shelters include different kinds of organizations. 70% of shelters for women indicate that their greatest problem is a lack of support from the government. Every day, shelters have to turn down 379 women and 215 children because they lack beds. Because it's 2016, this situation should never happen. Women are 11 times more likely than men to be victims of sexual violence and are 3 times more likely to suffer criminal harassment. 1,200 Aboriginal women have been murdered or have disappeared since 1980. Aboriginal women are 3 times more likely to be exposed to violence than other Canadian women. In 2016, it's absolutely inconceivable that a woman should have to deal with sexual harassment at work or with violence at home. Canada has committed at the United Nations to end violence against women and girls. However, community shelters clearly lack the means that they need. It's time for the government to respect its obligations. The NDP has always made fighting violence against women a priority. The NDP put in place a project to create a national action plan against violence against women. The NDP plan would ensure that women and children who are the victims of violence have access to shelter. In the previous parliament, my colleague from Churchill-Kiwatinuk-Aski moved motion M444. This motion would have established a national action plan against violence against women. Unfortunately, that motion was not passed. The Conservative government showed that the safety of women was not a priority for them and that they were not ready to defend the rights of women. In recent decades, under the Liberals and the Conservatives, government have put in place a number of policies that put vulnerable women in greater danger. For example, in 1993, the Liberals cut federal investment in new social housing projects. They did the same in 1996. The subsequent lack of housing has made women trying to get out of violent situations even more vulnerable. The number and the lack of social housing is the main reason that women cannot get out of violent living situations. How much time is going to have to pass? How long will these women have to wait? How many more victims will need to wait before the government acts? That is the question that I am asking today. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for the Status of Women.
Monsieur le Président, malheureusement...
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, violence is part of the day-to-day lives of far too many Canadians. According to statistics, many kinds of violence continue to affect mainly women and girls. Statistics also tell us that Aboriginal women are particularly vulnerable. The probabilities that they declare having been victims of violence is 3 times higher than that of other Canadian women. This is affected by a number of factors, including poverty, a lack of community support, and a lack of housing. This makes many women and girls prisoners of cycles of violence and intimidation. And this kind of violence can be transmitted from one generation to another, and so it's a source of continual suffering for Canadian women and their families. This situation is unacceptable. Living a life free from violence is a fundamental human right, and no woman should not have that right. Our government is committed to dealing with this complex problem, which requires complex solutions. As deciders, we have the responsibility to find and support innovative ways to fight against the deeply rooted causes of violence against women and girls. It is also up to us to create solutions to end the generational transfer of violence. That is why the Minister for the Status of Women has been given the mandate to create and implement a federal strategy, an overall global strategy to fight sexist violence. We are working on a strategy that will take into account the full range of necessary interventions, including legislative measures to prevent violence. We will support survivors, and we will improve the legal system. We will improve programs that are already in place at the federal level. We will continue to harmonize work with the provinces and territories. There will be also an important oversight measure to allow us to follow up on our own progress. This work is already underway. The minister has begun meeting with organizations, people who are working in the field, as well as her provincial and territorial counterparts and experts at both the national and international level to discuss innovative ideas which will feed into our strategy to fight sexist violence. This will also be part of our infrastructure plan. Our government has committed to maintain and increase the network of shelters and halfway houses. We're taking these measures because it is the right of all women and girls to live a life without violence. In so doing, we ensure that these women can reach their full potential, and we will approach our goal of equality between the sexes. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Ending violence against women requires government intervention, and I congratulate the government for saying that they want to create 3,000 new shelter spaces over the next couple of years, but there's a much greater need for space than that. 3,000 beds across Canada in over 600 shelters, that's not enough. If the government decides to do something, well, they should do it properly. There are many organizations, volunteer organizations, that are working hard to end violence against women. For example, the Centre La Clé sur la Porte in my riding, which has welcomed over 4,000 children and women. I salute the incredible work done by all the volunteer employees who ensure support for women and children. I have myself had the opportunity to work there. But because of government inaction, every day hundreds of women are unable to find a shelter bin. It's sad but true. Canadian women are paying the price. It's high time to act. Women want concrete actions, not just nice words. The time for consultation has ended. People need the government to show leadership in this field. They're still waiting for a national action plan to end this violence. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As my colleague knows well, our government is taking action. As we have seen, the disproportionate rate of violence that affects Aboriginal women and girls is a major concern for our government and for all Canadians. We have begun an inquiry to shed light on the high number of Indigenous women and girls who have been murdered or gone missing at the national level. In recent months, the Minister for the Status of Women, along with the Minister for Indigenous Affairs and the Minister of Justice, the ministers have met with survivors and victims and families to hear their point of view on how the inquiry should go out. In the coming months, we will know the details of this inquiry, and this will contribute to our commitment to reconciliation and the creation of a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Aboriginal peoples. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to prevent violence against women and girls. That's a priority for us. Thank you very much.
La motion important que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant réputée ad.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.